Yo, welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? I'm Brea Thorn, and you are Chat. Hi, Chat. Hello. We're here. It's Cyber Monday. And you know what that means. Tomorrow is Taco Tuesday. That's every Tuesday, though. And that's as it should be. Welcome, everybody. So happy to have you here. So happy to be here in this ungodly mess that is my little studio room. You can't see it. Oh, but yes, it is a mess. It's enough of a mess when I build one PC on stream or unbox one PC on stream. But when I do two in one stream, good golly. Wow. Bringing out the whole vocabulary tonight. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm doing great. I spent yesterday recovering because that was a lot of activity. An 11-hour dual PC build stream is a lot for someone with chronic fatigue syndrome, but I made it through with the help of you guys, your encouragement, and a whole lot of caffeine. But what's up, chat? Let's see what's going on over here. Over in Twitch land, what's going on? Coggle, how's it going? Broga, welcome. Apocalypse Gamer, welcome. Humanity, how's it going? And Horse Soda. And if you're in Vegas, there's a secret Taco Wednesday too. Maybe I should change my mind about Vegas. Nah, still not a huge fan, but it could be worse. Hope all's good tonight. It is. Avi, welcome. Mythos Web, welcomes. Soy Chorizo, hello. King Strider, welcome. And Mythos Web said, good evening. Yes, and we enjoy every minute. I do too. Looking over here in YouTube land. Dave Odell, how's it going? Halo 2 Trigate. Halo Dave, big fan of your Dell products. Now I know you're joking. Because we're not going to see what deals Dell has today. Because Dell is terrible. What's up, Steve? How's it going? Second buildy build went well. It was amazing. I'll show you guys what it looked like for those who weren't here. It's actually right. It's right there. It's right there. Montech King 95 is ridiculously nice. I am in love with that case. Like, I already like the way it looked, but it's a pleasure to build into. That's it for me. I'm Dunyan Rings, baby. That's all I need. Alice, welcome. Gary, welcome. Acrylic says, first time tuning in, discovered the new Slate 8 Mesh Pro case unboxing stream, and now I'm here. Oh, that was 6 months ago or something. But yeah, welcome. Man Zen Cow. Yo, Bray, any tips on going bald? Yes. And by the way, you get a free pass because you're you. But don't go bald slowly. You know, you have to take that into your own hands and manifest your aerodynamic destiny. Because I think Thor of Pirate Software said it best. People like it when you have hair. People like it when you're bald. People don't like it when you're balding. So don't be in between. Choose one or the other. Well, for some, it's not a choice. For me, at first, it was a choice. Now, I think it's not. A little hard to tell, actually. Just bought that, so it'll be helpful, says the credits. Oh, okay. Well, good. I am more helpful, guys, by the way. I'm more helpful before you buy something to get live help. It's more helpful before you buy something, but if you want to come in after you've bought something, welcome. I won't be able to do a whole lot for you, but you're welcome to be here, and you'll learn more about the PC that you bought, potentially, so that's good. But I am more helpful before you spend your money, just for future for notes for the future. What's up, Ben Honda S2K? How's it going? Thank you, Gary. It is a nice shirt. I got this at it's funny because I used to like Vegas. I got this at Excalibur in Vegas. So it's a pretty great shirt. Mactavius, welcome. Salt Girl, hello, how are you doing? Good. Doing fine. And we'll be able to help you out today. Daniel Dees, how's it going? Don't even try it. Don't even try it. Brett Taylor, Saturday was a long day. Yes, 11 hours long. Well, 24 hours long in the big picture. Good Zombie, I watched 5 of your videos and purchased my first iBuy build yesterday. Love your channel. I hope you got to use my coupon code then. It's Breathorn6. Breathorn6 is my coupon code. And if you're doing a custom system or an easy builder system, that's 5% off with that code, or $100 off a ready system. Cash, welcome. How's it going? Martin Lawak says, I like the video. I like that you liked it. Thank you. Okay, look, I have to go back and forth, but Horse Soda says, I finished my Costco pizza in the light of last stream. Drinking caffeine to compensate for the incoming food coma. How's your energy levels today? I spent yesterday recovering. It was rough. It was rough, but I did it, and I'm here. Pandaman 1981, thank you for the lurks. I appreciate that. Bobo How. Is it Bobo How or Bobo Howie? What's up with you? Welcome. Emirador already redeeming the hydrate. Okay. Dunyan Rings is your best phrase yet. 10 out of 10 delivery. Horse Soda, I cannot take credit for that. That is from Daniel Avidan of Game Grumps fame and of Ninja Sex Party fame. It's a band. It's not an actual party with ninjas and coitus. It's a band. They do have a ninja though, but he's also a PhD in, I think, mathematics or physics maybe, something like that. Anyway, Tiger Lily, thank you for your lurk. I appreciate that every time. Deathly Nightshade, how's it going? Hey yo yourself, what's up? We're streaming. Any deals for steel case chairs? Humanity, I have no idea. No earthly idea. Probably not. I gotta remember what furniture place I got this one from. That's one of my things that I regret, was that I never really covered it. But the thing is, it's part of my agreement thing that I have. It's part of my, well, part of my like rate card thing, which is a content creator thing where you have your rates and different disclaimers on there. And one of them is, if you send me free stuff, there's no guarantee that I'm going to be able to cover it or have the time cover it or do that or whatever. If it's contracted though, then that's different. Then I will definitely do it. And I ended up not doing that one. But it might be for the best, because whatever they did for the seat of the chair was not adequate for refurbishing the chair. My legs fall asleep after like a couple hours. It's not comfortable. I hear the aliens are supposed to invade the Earth tomorrow. At least I have the day off for it. Reddit told me it must be true. Okay. I just finished watching Dandadan, so we might actually be in trouble. If they're like that, they will come for our banana organs. JD McC, welcome. What's up? A ninja with a PhD in physics makes sense if you think about it. True, although maybe biology would make more sense. Hey, I'm thinking about buying the PC you created with Skytech. Any extra info you can give me? Well, if it's the 1999 PC, that one is sold out from what I am told. They were never really going to last. Those are only 30 of those because of the lack of supply of the 9800X 3D. We cleaned them out of 9800X 3Ds 100% with that system. I will show you what it looked like for those who couldn't stick around the whole time. This is one of the best looking PCs I've built. Let me just do that and that and that and this. Oh, this is showing the wrong screen. Okay, 1 second. Does it mean no new SKU with the TI? That is correct. There was just not enough 9800X 3Ds to justify making an entirely different SKU for a system with a processor that's going to run out. I had the idea to just switch to the 7800X 3D, but that's not something that I had in the video, and I didn't want anyone to feel like they were falsely advertised to. It would have been on the page, but the last thing we want to do, especially right now, but in general, the last thing you want to do is the old bait and switch. Right, NZXT? Right, NZXT. Am I right, NZXT? You're not watching. And if you were, you wouldn't agree. You'd be like, whatever. But yeah, let's see. That's what it looked like. And well, actually, let me find a better angle of it from when I first turned it on, because good Lord, it looked great. Are you kidding me? Teal to purple? Look at that. Freaking sick. Freaking sick. Oh, it's a $1,300 one. Yeah, there's like 10 left of those. I think there's like 10 left of those. On that note, nice job on the collaboration in selling out, says Brandon D. Really? Good job selling out, he says Brandon D. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Please explain to me how that's selling out. Where I go into a place where they let me pick all the parts, do the PC the way I want, and make it at a competitive price so that people can get themselves an awesome gaming and streaming PC. How is that selling out? Steve, yes, I did. The funny thing is this, gang. Listen up. When you're first coming up in content creation, what you're going to get is this, and I warn you, okay? You're going to get people who are like, oh, dude, companies should work with you. You're going to do so good. You should get more views. People should be viewing your stuff. I don't know why this channel doesn't have more views. You need to be sponsored by so-and-so, sponsored by so-and-so. And the moment you are, those same people will turn around and be like, oh, you freaking sellout. Oh, you sold out. Sorry for making a living. My bad, I guess. Literally working my butt off to get a system out there that you can get built, tested, shipped, and warranted for a lower price than a PC part picker list is me selling out. Are you sure? Is it sold out already? Oh. Okay. Okay, Brandon, you have to understand that maybe you should have worded that a little differently. Maybe you should have worded that a little differently. Good, nice job on the collaboration and selling out. Maybe say, nice job on those PCs being sold out. Because you literally told me I sold out when doing a collab PC. So I was like, what are you talking about? So yeah. But no, guys, Brandon is talking about the PC selling out, not the content creator selling out. Okay, Brandon, some background. When I was first coming up, as I told you, the moment I had a discount code anywhere or I had a sponsor for a video, people were like, the same people who were saying that I should do this, I should be succeeding in a certain way, cried sellout when I succeeded in that certain way. And since then, I've been very sensitive about the topic because it's like, but you weren't doing that. It was just your wording was probably in the worst way possible. And I read it as such because I don't have body language or visual cues or tone of voice to go off of. Just the exact words that you type, and that looked like you were saying, good job selling out. Yeah. But you know what? I appreciate what you said, and I retract my rant, if that's possible. No problem, Brandon. You're good. Man Zen Cow says, you're still a business at the end of the day. You have to keep your shirt. I do, especially this shirt. This is my shirt from Vegas. But yeah, no. That's my bad for the misunderstanding. And also thank you for saying you're bad. We were both bad on that. Bray Reed chat. Bro, how are Cyber Monday deals on GPUs the normal price for said GPU? That's not a deal. It's the same price. That's true. Binary Theory says Bray Reed chat. I think he means selling out of 9800X 3Ds. No, I got it now. Any chance this build coming back? Well, here's the thing, gang. Maybe. You see, it's a little, it would probably not be at the same price. It might be a little bit more. It was Black Friday pricing. But they may be getting more 9800X 3Ds mid-December, closer to the holidays. So I was like, we don't have to be done with these. I don't mind if they go on. Go for it. And the reason is, it is such a good spec that, like, if they can get 1 million of those motherboards, I'd be like, yeah, that's a sick motherboard, and it's great for a streaming build. That plus the case, and I'm happy. But the 9800X 3D, the fact that it's top tier gaming CPU plus better for productivity than its non-3D cache counterpart, meaning that it's going to be even better for streaming applications, it makes it the perfect spec. If you're gaming at 1440p, just gaming, or just gaming at 4K, you don't need a 9800X 3D. The reason I chose that was because of the changes with the 3D cache going under the core complex die. As I mentioned in the video, it's not just because of the gaming performance, because that's really only going to benefit you for doing very competitive 1080p and you need very high refresh rate. And in that case, you probably want a beefier GPU too for a competitive gamer, a pro gamer, okay? The 9800X 3D surpasses the 9700X in productivity stuff in almost every case, and it matches it in Photoshop. But it beats it in like in Cinebench. It's lower temperatures than the 700X 3D with better performance. It's just got everything to be a great gaming and streaming rig CPU. So I do kind of want that too. But yes, there is a chance of it coming back. That Tech Jesus video was scorched earth. It was. Honestly, and this is what I said on Saturday, because that was the longest stream I've ever done. And I needed a break, so I had a dinner break. And we watched the first half or the first third of the video together, which is something I never do. I hope everybody clicked on the links to go give views to the video and stuff, and watch the video afterwards. But I told you guys my failure in that, because when I was approached about the plan, about they hadn't launched it yet. They came to me, and because I had a contact over there, he said, "What do you think? What do you think about us doing this?" And I said, make no mistake, this is a mistake. Now, unequivocally, a bad idea. You guys should not do it, and I will not promote it. And they were like, okay, we're still going to do it. I was like, I'm not promoting that. Not doing it. And I walked away. My mistake was not turning around and being like, all right, let me go look at this contract. Let me rent one of these. Let me look into this. That was my failure as the pre-built guy. That content should have been from me and months ago. And that's my fault. And I apologize to you guys. There were plenty of people who could have potentially saved their money because if I had done that. And that's eating me up inside right now, because I washed my hands of it. Been going back and forth with Q95, another came across your build on the website. That's how I came to your Twitch channel. Then I decided to pull the trigger on the White King 95 and sold out. Yes, there were only 30 of those because of the lack of supply for the 9800X 3D. I feel like maybe If there was enough demand, maybe they would do it with the 7800X3D, but I don't think at that point it's really worth it. Maybe just 9700X. It would be similar performance in both gaming and streaming at 1440p. But yeah, the linchpin of that build was the 9800X3D. Some of these sales are burns too. How the F we're going to upcharge the product and then put it on sale for basically what it was before. And the sale, like you were doing us a favor. Angry Beaver, this is why I hate Black Friday. This is why I looked at Black Friday and I was like, no, I don't like the idea of pushing systems to you guys if I don't know all the parts in it. So I went to Skytech and said, can we do a Black Friday deal where I choose all the parts? Now, of course, the 9800X3D one sold out quickly, but they had a lot more of the $1,300 systems, and plenty of people jumped on those. And that I wanted a low price entry point for high quality 1440p gaming. And $12.99 was it, and it's a great deal, and that system is awesome. And if you guys want, you can join the giveaway to win that system that I built myself, though. Not the ones built by, but one built by me. And every time there's something like this, someone's like, can you sign it? I'm like, yeah, I'll sign it if you want, somewhere where it's not too prominent. But yeah, sure. But yeah, all of that stuff from me. Me building it. But it was me looking at Black Friday and being like, I want to be able to talk about a system where I know every component and I can feel confident suggesting it. So is this the last time we do this? Absolutely not. What this has made me do is feel that the next time, because most of the collab PCs I've done, I've had a little bit of input on, but not 100% input. In this one, I did. And I kind of want to do that moving forward. This is not the last collab PC I'm going to do, guys. And every time I'm going to try to make it a good deal for different price points. Like, no matter whether it's a $2,500 PC or a $1,500 PC or a $1,000 PC, whatever it is, I'm going to try to make it as good of a deal as you can get at that price. And I'll talk about each part and if I can work it out to where I can pick every part, I will, and I'll explain why on each one. Green Sammy 87 says, I got one. Which one did you get? You got one what? People make mistakes. We're only human. You did what you could. Salt Girl, the thing is, I feel like I didn't do what I could on the NZXT thing. But it's easy to sort of fall into this like thing where, as a content creator, because it's a 24/7 job, and I'm not someone bearing the normal amount of energy someone that needs to work 24/7 should have. It's really easy for me to get wrapped up in everything else. It really is, and it happens all the time. So for me, one thing I learned a long time ago, but I sometimes forget it, is how to distinguish between what is important and what is urgent. And what's urgent is usually only urgent in that time frame, and what's important is important forever. Like, it stays important. I just need to remember that. Oh, you got the King 95 one, Green Sammy. Congrats. If Jeff is listening, do the manufacturers give you better deals for Black Friday and you pass them on, or are you tightening your belt and giving profits to generate sales? Robert, it tends to be a mix, because some of the parts used in these sales are things that they have stock of already. I got a little bit of insight into that, and they do tighten their belts. But the thing is, if you're buying a PC, there's something I want you guys to keep in mind. If you're buying a PC from a builder, you want that builder to do well, because that is the bearer of your warranty. You want them to flourish. You want the builder who's building your PC to go home to a good life. You want them to have health coverage. You want them to have breaks. You want them to be because they're people. They're people with jobs, and everybody deserves that. So these companies need to pay their employees well. They need to keep the lights on. They need to provide insurance and benefits. So don't worry that a company like Skytech or any SI is going to turn around and do Black Friday deals that are unsustainable. If they do that, they won't survive the holiday season. So there has to be profit for them for the service they're providing. What's up, Dodger Dog? How's it going? Also, Mr. Hertz, how's it going? I'm looking at 700X3D with 700XT GPU, 16 gigs for gaming and streaming. Your thoughts? Mr. Hertz, please fill out the form. That's being linked in the description several times because you give me a good amount of information, but I don't know the price of that system or what your budget is. There's a form that comes up. I'll go ahead and bring it up here. There it is. And over on YouTube land, in the description, there is a form you can fill out. That gets you on the list to get some help. We're going to be getting into that a little later, in a little bit, after I yap more. What should I expect in the wait time? Green Sammy, they're receiving more parts for that tomorrow. So some of those are going to start. I don't know otherwise. So you may want to email them and ask. I have no idea. Should be before Christmas, though, for sure. Like well before Christmas, a week or two. Toasty Bros has been showing a CyberPower PC. They got it at Walmart for $1,200. Okay. So I feel if you can find a PC on sale for $1,200 right now, you're not all that bad off. Or $1,299 for the one that I did with Skytech. Ryzen 7 7700 and 7800 XT. High level 1440p gaming for $1,299 with 32 gigs DDR5. 32 gigs DDR5. In a really nice Montec XR case, 1 terabyte PCIe Gen 4 storage, 850 watt power supply, highly rated on the PC Cultist tier list. All the goodies. And a very, very capable air cooler. Man, that 6-pipe air cooler that they had, that thing, I couldn't get the CPU to go over 75 degrees in Cinebench. It was crazy. Bumpkin Air says, make a Breathorn Signature Series PC. I like how you put at Breathorn and misspelled my name. Bumpkin Air. We have done that. We did do the etching on the glass with my first collab PC, and I decided that I would prefer it if the thing that identifies my PC as a Breathorn PC is removable, which is why we went with this for Skytech with the fan grill. Very well perforated for airflow, but looks solid from the side and lets air through, and it's on there with 4 screws, and you can remove it very easily. Not as easily on the $1,300 PC, I've realized, because the air cooler is in the way, but with a stubby screwdriver, you can get it out of there. It's all good. But what's up, Alucard? Hope you're doing well, bud. Needs more fan covers. We didn't do them in 140 millimeter. I would like that. I would put them on all of them, but maybe not. I don't know. I do wish we had used an air cooler that we used a normal-ish fan so we could have put it onto the air cooler's fan, but it's okay. Sim racing setup on the way. Hell yeah. That's okay, Bumpkin. It happens a lot. Braithorn, you helped me build my rig months ago and it's running amazing. Curious, with the new 5900 XT GPUs? What? Do you mean the 8000 series? Or do you mean like 50 series? 8000 series Radeon or 50 series GeForce, right? NVIDIA. Do you ship to Canada? What do you mean, do I ship to Canada? Dead Rift, I don't sell PCs. I mean, I do have a few PCs I could sell, but I wouldn't ship to Canada. The best thing to do if you're in Canada is buy from a Canadian SI, like quoted.tech. And you do that because then you don't have to pay duties for it to be shipped in, because that's a huge expense on top of buying the PC. You can find you're working on some procurement for more PCs to make and sell on Java, aiming to list them by middle of the month. Awesome. I need to take the builds that I have for sale and list them on Java already. I need to do that. Feels like there should be 3 of them for at least the fan covers. Alucard, the thing is, this was custom printed by Skytech. I couldn't ask them to do a ton of them like that. But also, it would be a bit too much, I think. I think just having one on the back there is really cool. I think it's a statement. It's also easier to remove that way. But having it be removable, I think, was the move. Because then it's not permanently on the case. If you want to resell this thing, you might resell it to someone who hates it if it's etched on there, and that's going to lower the resale value. This right here, it's just a fan grill that you can remove easily. That doesn't affect the cooling. Hindsight and regret are... Hindsight and regret are easy bad fellas, my friend. Cannot know the next hour as much as we cannot know the days. Very true. What's up, humanity? Over here on YouTube land as well. I think one fan cover looks the best, says Broga. I agree. Acrylics, quick question about where I should put a new PC. Add an old one on the carpet. Yeah, that's not good. Don't do that. Acrylics, what you do is you get a stand for your PC. There are stands that are specifically for a computer tower that'll have like wheels on them, things like that. But the main thing does lift it off the carpet, or just get a little side table, something like that. If it's a sit stand kind of desk, there are under desk mounts that you can get, but some of them are kind of iffy. I would get just a little side table or something that's strong enough to hold your PC. Surprised you have not done anything from Java yet. Alucard, funny story about that. I think it was a previous leadership from Java. I don't think they're around anymore. But I was doing something with Java where I was going to do some dedicated streams. I even helped them develop a form much like the one I use now. I spent time doing that. And then they ghosted me. So I never really wanted to work with them again after that, because this is a busy, busy job. And when you're a company like that asks for someone to do free work for you and then you ghost them, it's a bad look. That's why I've never started a Java account, sold anything on there, and never really reached out to work with them again. So, no problem, Acrylics. Eureka makes a pretty good PC stand. Interesting. But the thing about it is, I feel like in this case, because Java used me, I think in this case, it's probably time for me to use Java and use their service. Because, but not as a content creator, just as a person selling a few PCs. Because I have a few PCs to sell. They print shipping labels. They handle a lot of the minutia of shipping a PC. I've tried to sell PCs locally, and it's a freaking nightmare. So I would rather just do that probably. You guys have no idea how hard YouTube tries to get me to play ads to y'all. And I've been thinking that it might be a fair thing to do to play an ad on YouTube whenever one plays on Twitch, because I can't really control Twitch. Like, it's gonna play ads. Because streaming on Twitch costs Twitch a lot of money. It just does, for bandwidth, for all that. But I just don't like ads if I don't have to. Like, you guys... when you watch my videos, like on the videos, I opt out of mid-rolls. They used to allow me to place mid-rolls wherever I wanted to, and they took that away. To where I would say yes to mid-rolls, but I would put like 1 or 2 at points where it made sense. And they took that away. So I was like, okay, no more mid-rolls. So, but over in Twitch, it's like constantly costing them money for me to be able to live stream to y'all. I get it. I don't make much off the ads, really, because I don't take any deals to where I have to play 5 minutes of ads per hour or whatever. I don't take any of those deals. It's like 1 ad per hour, or every half hour, or something like that, and it's just automatic. Now, if I run an ad manually, which I should be doing, this is coming from Thor at Pirate Software. Oh, hey. Peach mint tea is the best. Okay. if I run ads manually on Twitch, it removes pre-roll ads. So people who come into the stream for the first time don't get hit with 5 ads or whatever. They get none. And that's better. But I'm not in the habit of doing that. But, yeah, I don't know. Ads are lame no matter the excuse. Well, Angry Beaver, think about it this way. And this, I have and I know that I was just saying how much I hate ads, and that's a sentiment a lot of people have. But remember that a lot of the content that we love, that we build our culture around, it exists because of advertising. Like that's where the funding for a lot of the things that we love come from advertising. Does Twitch have AV1 streaming to save bandwidth? They have moved over to that in a sense. It's not 100% though. I need to look more into that actually. Or Soda, who has Turbo, says, "What are ads?" Yeah, I feel you. I do have YouTube Premium, so I don't usually have to watch them, but yeah. Like Adam says, yeah. What's up, Gino? What's up, Adam? How's it going? Okay. But yeah, it's a lot of the stuff that we enjoy exists to serve us ads, and that funds those things. That's why these studios get money and then give that money to production, is because of product placement, advertising, merchandise sales, merchandising, where the real money from the movie is made. You know, your Mel Brooks impression there. Or yogurt, actually. What's up, Dark Force? How's it going? Ads are good. I just hate seeing the same 5 ads for an entire month. That's true. And there have been some good ads out there. It's just, it's still not what you signed up to watch, right? But the thing that you watch exists because of ads. Now, one good thing about streaming is that a lot of streaming, for people who are not the top streamers, because top streamers will make tons of money off of ad revenue. That's why the whole adpocalypse thing happened, right? But a lot of streamers are supported solely by their audience directly. Through subs on Twitch, through bits, through memberships on YouTube, things like that. And that does allow them to not take those ad deals, though many still will, because, hey, the less stressed out you are about money, the more fun you can have on stream and the more entertaining you are or whatever. But I don't know. It's a slippery slope. Gray, if I jump out soon, it's the time, not an ad retaliation. Okay, you got it. I understand, Steve. I know the time over there is crazy. You gotta get multiple income streams. That's true. Really wish I could do a damn sub. Look, Angry Beaver, you don't have to. You already got yourself a little VIP right there. You've been here forever. You're good. Buy more Mr. Beast chocolate, right? Meow. No, it's not that good. It's not that good. I think I had the quinoa one was good, but I think they discontinued that one. I don't know. Anyway, we got to get to our list, everybody. People need help with PCs. That's what we're here to do. Rurutu, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Angry Beaver. I appreciate that. That was downright kind of you. You did that while not being subscribed yourself. That's... Okay, that's rectified right there. There you go. That was a very kind gesture of yours, and there's a kind gesture in return there. You're very welcome. The amount of money being handed out by sponsors / bounties after COVID was insane for content creators. It'd be like $8,000 bounties for 1 minute of watch time ad on stream. Yeah, I really got to like partner and all that a little too late to really benefit off of that. But yeah, that's my thing though. If I could really just take from companies to make my living, I would, because I don't want to take money out of y'all's pockets. That's why Operation Code Breathorn works. I have discount codes that I give y'all. You save money and support what I do instead of spending money to support what I do. And I sleep better at night because of that. Because buying a PC is already super expensive. I'd rather you put your money, or I'd rather you save money off of that, thanks to me, rather than having less money to spend on it, thanks to me. It's weird. It's weird. I have a weird job. I have a very weird job. All right, where am I at here? Hey, what's up, Robert? How's it going? Of course. You're educating the world. Or a small part of it. Yo! AV Matt 00, thank you for the Prime sub. And Country Rum, come over here for now. All right, you got it. And Zach Stacks, you don't think about saving up for a PC, but I have no idea about PCs whatsoever, and I'm definitely getting a pre-built. So what should I look out for, as I'm 15 and having to save up all the money myself and only have... Okay. What I would say, Zach Stacks, is that you should think first about what you want to do with your PC. What do you want to do with it? Just gaming? Or do you want to get into streaming? Do you want to get into graphic design and making cool visuals? Do you want to edit videos? Because once you figure those things out, you can start figuring out your budget. Because usually for me to help somebody, they come in with a budget in mind already. But I don't know what your rate of savings is going to be if you're doing, you know, odd jobs or chores to try and save up money or anything like that. So I really can't tell you how to approach this. You know, if you're in the US and you're under 16, you're not going to be really be able to get a standard job from what I mean, unless there's a place with a lower, you know, like employment age. So it's really going to come down to what are you going to do with it? And then you have to figure out, like, okay, I can save this much per week or per month. And it could take a really long time. Zach Stacks, I just was literally talking to you this entire time. That was me talking to you. Watching Bray's reviews stopped me from quite a few bad purchases, says Bobo. That's awesome. Think about doing coding and gaming and making graphic designs and editing videos. Okay. Well, that's a lot that you want to do with your PC. So the best thing to do is to save every penny you can for, you know, just really, just like a dragon, hoard every gold piece, every single bit that you can, because a PC that can do all of those things really well is not a cheap one. Now, can you build a PC that can do those things? Yes. Will it be great at those things at first? No. But PCs are upgradable. There are some things you can do as well, like buying certain parts, like buying one part at a time if you're going to be building it yourself. And also, building it yourself is probably a good idea, especially if you have someone around you that has done that before and can guide you through it. But there's also tons of content that can help you. But certain things like the case, the power supply, the like storage, those kinds of things, they're still like, they don't really change that frequently. Now, something like the CPU, GPU, motherboard, those change every year or two. So you want to focus on maybe starting with parts that are ones that are not as time sensitive. And that's another way to do it. But see, route to taking advantage of sales is if you have the funding there. Otherwise, when you're just saving up from nothing, you've got to get to a point where you can buy anything at all other than taking advantage of sales. And at this point, it would be, they might be waiting till next Black Friday. Or, well, see, if you're saying that you have 60 pounds and you're in you're in the UK. So I was going to say 4th of July. No, you're not really a fan of that one. But yeah, the main thing is that, you know, there are certain things you can do to where you can get a kind of basic computer and upgrade it. That's another way to go, and a really good way to learn about PCs. Like if there's schools or colleges nearby that are selling old systems, you can take one of those, pop a GPU in there, and you have a gaming computer. That can be a really good way to go. But if you're trying to build something top of the line, and you're trying to set that goalpost real high, understand that the run up to that is going to be tough. And there's nothing wrong with that. What's up, Build-A-Burr? How's it going? Electrothermal, how are you? I would love to start my own game. That's my main goal for the future after I learn. Yeah. Well, that's good. And I encourage your goals. That's a lofty goal. One thing that you're going to be blessed with is absolute appreciation for what you have, because you're approaching this in the sense that I want to save up for this. I want to get it myself. That's freaking awesome. It is cool that people can do something like financing a PC, but you know, that's a sort of a reverse way to do that, where, you know, you get the thing and then you pay for it, right? Here you're talking about working your way towards that. And I highly encourage that, because anything that you have to work, put your own blood, sweat, and tears into, you're gonna appreciate. A secondhand PC would also be a better alternative, right? Better is subjective. That is your goal. If you just want to get in front of a PC as soon as possible, secondhand's going to be the way to go, hands down. If your goal is to have something that's you don't need something with the latest parts, but if that's your goal, doesn't matter whether you need it or not, it's your goal. No one can tell you what your goals are. Gino says Junko through NZXT. That's very fair. Salt Girl 123, you are, I believe, first here. Also, Binary Theory, maybe. Hold on. If Binary Theory is here, Binary Theory, are you here? You are here. I saw you earlier. Okay. No. Let me not say any of that. Here's what I need. Any of you who are on the list, listen up. If you're watching on Twitch and you're on the list waiting for help, there is an emote just for you. All you have to do is click follow and you'll have free emotes to access. One of them says, I'm on the list, with a beautiful space background, okay? Just drop that emote right now. You do need to do that for me to help you out here. For those watching on YouTube, I don't have a thing where if you subscribe to the YouTube channel, you get free emotes, because YouTube isn't smart enough to have that feature. They only want to give you emotes if you pay money, and I'm not a fan of that. Now, if you are a member, there is an I'm on the list emote, but all you have to do if you're watching on YouTube is type the @ symbol and Brayathorn, I'm on the list. @Brayathorn, I'm on the list. Go ahead and do that now. We're doing roll call. Let's get through this so I can figure out what order we're going in here. Got promoted at work about 6 months ago. Been a nightmare. Yeah, that can be the case at times. Tech Grant says, your streams are nice to have in the background. Well, thank you, Tech Grant. What's a good app to get a benchmark for GPU? When you're talking about benchmarks, are you talking about for productivity? You're talking about for gaming? Braxton. Talking about for gaming, like say you want to test for a AAA title. I mean, of course you can get, basically you can get 3D Mark on Steam, and there's a free version. There are some, I think there's some that you can pay for, but there's a free version of 3D Mark, and there are several different ones in there, including Port Royal, which is for like ray tracing testing and things like that. There's a bunch of different ones there. If you're just trying to stress test your GPU, make sure that it's thermally capable, that it's not hitting thermal limits, thermal throttling. Then you can just get FurMark, which is free. To be honest, my goal is to just get it as soon as possible. As I get $250 a week, I'm going to be selling my other consoles for it, so it's going to take a long time, and I think it would be better to start off by getting a secondhand PC that is all right for its price, and I can go from there, because I also don't have a clue about PCs, and I'm British, and PCs aren't a big thing here, really, as much as other countries. I mean, true-ish. You got Overclockers UK over there. There's a PC culture over there. If you don't need the latest and greatest, then go previous gen high-end to get the performance with a cheaper budget. I mean, think about this, guys. I haven't switched over to this thing 100%, but my streaming PC is using a second-gen Threadripper CPU that, if you look on eBay, can be anywhere from, it can be like $100, and has 64 lanes of PCIe Gen 3, though it's 12 cores, 24 threads. But for like streaming, that's it. So, and that's a great budget CPU for that. Of course, it's eBay. There might be higher prices on that, but still. And then you have to find the motherboard. Motherboard's like $150, but when it was brand new, it was way more than that. So yeah, previous gen stuff can be really good when you're trying to do something like that. Yes. Observer of Thoughts, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Anyway. I am not getting anybody doing the roll call. Nobody is doing roll call. Okay? On YouTube, you say, @Breathorn, I'm on the list. On Twitch, you just have to follow and you'll have access to the I'm on the list emote. I need to see that if you're on the list and waiting for help. And I know people haven't, well, at least one person has entered the form tonight. So I'm looking at it right now. What's your thoughts on the ProArt X870E? I haven't looked into it. I need to look into it. ProArt stuff can be pretty good. There's some stuff where I disagree with it a little bit. I love the aesthetic. I love the ProArt case. Love to get my hands on that, though it is beastly heavy, from what I hear. Oh, actually, I saw it. I saw it at the ASUS headquarters in Taipei when I went for Computex, and it's really nice. But anyway, the motherboards have electrothermal. No, if you're not on the list, don't do it. It's just going to confuse me later on. Yes, Salker, I do know you're on the list. Yes, okay, good. This one. Okay, gonna mark you down here. No problem, Tech Grant. I mean, I could take a look at it if we're waiting on it. It's okay, electrothermal. It's fine. What's up, Araxinus? How's it going? Welcome. Where did you start with your first PC? Zach Stacks, it was just the family computer when I was 13. Well, my first PC, I was 6 years old. My dad got a 10D1000 from Radio Shack. But the first time I first really started messing with the PC, I was 13. It was a family computer. It was just a gateway computer. And it was also a gateway computer because it got me into it. I just started, I added more storage. I think I upgraded the memory. And then, but at that point, I was bit by the bug. Bryce Van Horn, I believe I'm on the list. Well, you didn't tag me in your chat like I asked specifically, but that's okay. It's okay. Bryce Van Horn from the 12th of November. Yes, you are on the list. You would be first then. Anybody else? EJC 2000, what's up? And also, hi Sailor, how's it going? I don't know if you said already, but what happened to Cuddles? Cuddles just had some life stuff he needed to go take care of and prioritize, and he was doing this part-time, so he's not going to be editing for the channel anymore. And I wish him only the best. Can I ask a question relating to a PC I want to get, but it's laptops? And I'm curious about desktop equivalent. Desktop equivalent? Okay. I mean, I suppose you can, but I don't really do laptops. The reason is I can look at a laptop and not know. Like I can look at a PC, see its specs, and know pretty much how it's going to perform. I can look at a PC case, see what the airflow is going to be like. With a laptop, it's tactile. You need to be able to touch it and see what the keyboard is, how much flex the keyboard has, see how good the screen is, because that's your screen. There it is. I hope you like it. So I don't really do laptops. That might change soon, but every time a company's like, oh, yeah, we'll do a laptop thing, they just like change their minds, I guess. Let me see. X870E. There we go. Yeah, see, I always like the aesthetic of these. Just gorgeous. This is decent, where you have two PCIe slots, but I'm getting the feeling that this one right here is going to be connected to via X8 to the CPU, and I hate that. I know some people want that because they don't necessarily need all 16 lanes, all of the 16 lanes of the primary PCIe slot for their GPU, and they want to have something that's connected to the CPU. But for me, I don't like to bifurcate the primary X16 slot. I don't like to do that. Let's see here. Expansion slots. Yeah, 2x PCIe 5.0 X16 slots with key release. Supports X16 or X8, X8, or X8, X4, X4. No, wait, what? Huh? What? Okay. And the chipset. So chipset. So this only has one X4 PCIe X16, and that's that bottom one. Please check the PCIe bifurcation table on the support site. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I got you. So, yeah, I don't like that. The secondary slot here, if you use it, you're only getting X8 on the top slot. And that doesn't seem like that it's that bad because it's PCIe Gen 5. Well, most GPUs, no GPUs yet, use Gen 5. So you're getting PCIe Gen 4 X8 regardless. Once we get to something like a 5090, that's going to have Gen 5. But a 5090 might actually necessitate all 16. I doubt it. I really doubt it. It might be just fine. It's going to require testing. But this motherboard is taking that out of your hands. It's going to say, if you use the secondary one here, you're cooked. You're only getting X8 to your primary slot. With the 4090 on PCIe Gen 4, I saw a difference. And I showed that in a video that I did. Let's see, are these shared at all? PCIe 16 G5 S2 shares bandwidth with M2.2. Come on, Asus, come on, dude. What the hell is wrong with y'all? So that's why it's X4, X4. So PCIe X16 G5 2 shares bandwidth with M.2_2 slot. When M.2.2 is enabled, PCIe X16 G5 will run X8 and PCIe will run at X4. That's freaking stupid for a board labeled creator. My opinion, just my opinion. Now, here's the thing though. This is not too bad. This is all fine. All fine if you don't care about running X8 on your primary slot. The reason is, I know some creators out there, and one that I'm actually helping right now, who just wants to have an X4 to the CPU. And they would get that from that second slot. They want that for an internal capture card that needs high bandwidth. And then they want to have another X4, which they would get through the chipset. So it's fine for them. But for me, this would suck. I would hate this. This would not work for me. Let's see. No gallery, but I want to see the connectivity on the back. There we go. Looking at this, you don't need, in most cases, to have two Ethernet ports. But if you're doing a LAN-based, what is it? NAS drive. Sorry, I don't know why I slipped on that for a second. I wanted to say NIC, but that's a network interface card. But no, if you're doing a NAS on your local network, you can connect that through the 2.5 gig or the 10 gig. If you don't have 5 or 10 gig internet, you just have 1 gig or whatever. Just use this for your WAN, and then this for your local network. Have super fast connection to a NAS drive. Let's see. 8 USB Type A ports is not great, especially considering that if you want to have an internal capture card and you want to have, say, a USB expansion card, then you're getting X8. That's it. You're getting X8 to your GPU. That's all you're getting. So this is not great. But then you have, should be dual USB 4. Yeah, both of those should be dual USB 4. Now, that doesn't mean you should get yourself a USB Type-C hub, because if you're going to be connecting any streaming devices like webcams, capture cards, things like that, because they don't like to go through hubs. You want to directly connect that. Now, all of these, except for one, are 10 gigabit per second USB 3.2 Gen 2. Then you have a USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2 right here for 20 gigabit per second. And then your USB 4s, which are 40 gigabit per second. That's a lot of USB connectivity. Now, probably the best thing about this is the DisplayPort in right here. The DisplayPort in is awesome. If you want to have this machine be a machine that is in a closet or something, you run a DisplayPort cable from your GPU to the DisplayPort in, and then you can use something like a Thunderbolt, a DisplayPort over Thunderbolt thing to have your monitor be way over here and run USB and all that stuff. And with USB 4, it's pretty much the same controller as Thunderbolt 4, and will be compatible with some of those devices. I just plan to slap a 5090 plus some capture cards. Okay, well, that 5090 will run at PCIe Gen 5 X8, and it might be fine. Because literally, PCIe Gen 5 X8 is the same amount of bandwidth as PCIe Gen 4 X16. Because every generation, it literally just doubles the throughput. That's how PCIe works. And that might be fine, but you have to see that the 4090 was getting close to actually utilizing the bandwidth of PCIe Gen 4 X16. So 5090 might be throttled a little bit by that. Why don't streaming devices handle a hub well? Is it latency or power draw? Something else? Just curious. It's going to be depending on the specific device looks. If you're recording to your NAS directly, this would be nice. Yes. What's up, Green Crab 6? How's it going? And Galactic Fredbear, welcome. Oh, that's right. You were talking about the laptop. Galactic Fredbear, I'm not going to have that information. I would just Google it, look at reviews for that laptop. You're going to want to hear from people who have actually used it. And I guarantee you, Asus, with their SCAR stuff, they had the Strix SCAR, whatever, they've had people review them. Look up actual reviews, see what they say about it. Without having used it myself, I don't know. As I already said. Though I want to help. Herp. I want to herp. Herp derp. I want to help. I can't really help there. Okay, you got it. Zach, thanks for coming in. Feel free to hang out whenever you want. I'll be talking PC stuff every Tuesday and Thursday. This is a Monday. I know, but it's Cyber Monday. Gotta know. Okay. Where am I? Thank you for the lurk, Beef. Appreciate it. Skeeter Gaming, welcome. Plan to slap into 4 terabyte Gen 4 drives. That's fine. NAS and a 10 gigabit LAN, so this is good for that. Do you think the bandwidth could be affected too much? Do you think a better MOBO with 2 full 16? No, see, that's the thing, is usually connected to the CPU, you're just gonna have the one X16. If you have 2 X16 slots that are connected to the CPU, it will bifurcate it if you use the second one. I prefer when those go through the chipset. And an X870E has the dual chipset of X670E, X870E, right? It's got that dual chipset. So there's a lot of bandwidth there. I would rather have those go through there, personally. Actually, hold on. Let me look something up here real quick. But yes, we are going to be getting into the list here in just a minute. Music didn't like that, did it? Where was it? There we go. Here we go. All right. Let's see. So this is the X870E Aorus Pro. Now you'll notice that there's 2 X16 slots and they're way at the bottom here. So let's take a look at that. Specifications. And if we look at the expansion slots, there's one PCI Express X16 to the CPU. And it does PCIe 5.0 X16. Now there are 2 M.2 connectors that share bandwidth with that slot. That's how they did it. Now, if you look at the storage, though, there's 4 total. There are 4 of them total. So you can still put your 2 4 gigabyte drives there and not bifurcate your primary X16 slot. Then, let's see. There is a one PCIe Express 16 slot supporting PCIe Gen 4 running at X4 through the chipset, and another one through the chipset, PCIe Gen 3 running at X4. A capture card like, say, the CamLink Pro that has 4 HDMI 4K 30 inputs uses PCIe Gen 2, but it needs X4. It needs 4 channels. So you could run that off of that bottom one, and then if you have one that requires something faster, then you can run on that slot right above it that runs a PCIe Gen 4 X4. Most PCIe devices use X1 or X4. That PCIe add-in devices. The downside to this motherboard, though, is, in my opinion, the I/O. Like here, you're not getting your 10 gigabit LAN connection, and you're really not getting. You're getting about maybe the same amount of USB Type A's. There's still dual USB 4s, but there's no USB Type C 3.2 Gen 2 by 2, 20 gigabit. But it's still about the same amount of USB ports overall. I would say that if your goal is connecting to demanding PCIe add-in cards, this is a better motherboard. If network connectivity is more important to you, I would go with the ProArt, essentially. Does anyone have the Asus ROG PG32? Looking at that name, that has to be a monitor. Apocalyptic, because you didn't say, hey, do you have the monitor called this? You just threw a number in, a model number in there, and some people might have bought that monitor not knowing what the model number is, because the naming conventions for monitors are required to be atrocious. Apparently, that's how that works. Currently picking parts for my own build, inspired by a King 95 build for Skytech a few days ago. I am keeping everything mostly the same except a 4070 Ti Super. Give me just a second here. Never mind, that's staying. What would you recommend for storage that would be a step better than the NV2? It's NV3. It's an NV3 drive, not NV2, which is faster. Let's see. You think that would be fine? I'm planning on teaching myself video editing on it and game streaming. If you can, I would go with I would go with maybe a Kingston KC3000 or Kingston Fury Renegade drive, or go with the Inland Performance Plus drive. Gotta love the cooling for the motherboard in exchange for less I/O. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. To me, that's why I said the downside to this board is the I/O. Period. Get the ProArt lol. I've tested it and used the previous gen and the Intel versions of the ProArt. Everything has always worked and been super stable. Well, I wouldn't know, Jeff. No one's ever sent me one. Tech Grant, Jeff there is the CTO of Skytech. Jeff has had the chance to test everything. Is the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth on the 870E significantly better than the 670? Not necessarily, and unless otherwise specified. I don't know. Well, everyone wants OLED monitors and fast refresh rate over 1080p anymore. Okay. You can't handle the ProArts. I'm literally a professional artist. I create art. What are you talking about? What do you mean? I literally make content for a living. It's art. Tell me, Jeff, that you haven't been inspired by my montages. It's been a while since I've been able to sit down and make a montage, though. I would take the ProArt over the Aorus Pro every day of the week, personally. Yeah, Jeff, you also hate gigabyte motherboards. And you also, I've heard, hate fun, but that's not really material here. Anyway, so Bryce Van Horn, let's get you taken care of here. Apparently, it's only you and Salt Girl 123 who are waiting for help, because you're the only ones who have done the roll call. Ooh, I'm a streamer. I'm a professional, blah, blah. What are you talking about? You don't do either of those things. Well, professional. I guess you are a professional, whatever. You don't stream. Shush. All right. I know you're saying that's what you sound like. I get it. No, I don't hate gigabyte motherboards. Oh, okay. Power GPU says, wait, who hates gigabyte boards? Because I'm in the same boat. Oh, no, it's the CTO of Skytech who hates gigabyte. I hated certain boards and the Eagle range of GPUs. Well, okay. Well, what's up, Power GPU? How's it going? By the way, I was calling you out on Friday, by the way. We did a Power GPU custom system, and I happened to see that there was some awesome looking UV printed cases on there that you didn't happen to even mention to me. Well, just became friends with the CTO, you said? Well, I guess so. Like, how can you look at any of their ICE motherboards and not be like, that's a damn good looking motherboard? It's always about the BIOS. Like, oh, I don't like the BIOS. How much time does a consumer spend in the BIOS? None. How much do they spend looking at their motherboard, connecting things to it? A little bit more than that. We've had way too many. Oh, okay. Apocalyptic, congratulations. When is the NVIDIA 50 series cards coming out, Bray Thorn? Dark Force? End of January, just about. But they're going to be announced beginning of January. Well, what is that, on the 6th? I hope to be there. I'm supposed to be there. On the 6th. Yeah, Monday the 6th. I need to call Jacob, see if there's anything I need to go to the keynote. Oh no, Gigabyte boards have the best looking boards. There you go. My bad, didn't mention that about the UV prints. Hey, it's okay. I mean, you just tell me stuff if you want me to share it. I mean, why not the Dong Rocket Hammer Company? They have good cases too, aka Starforge. Hey, why are you trying to make trouble here? We already have 2 SIs. Why are you bringing up another one, Alucard? I like the ice boards. Okay, Jeff and Jesse. What other company, I'll ask you this, since you said that you do like the way they look, that's good. What other motherboard manufacturer is putting internal HDMI ports for internal screens in the PC? Who else is doing this? So freaking cool. So freaking cool. Like that, when I saw that, I was like, why does everybody not do this? When I complain about the BIOS, it's not the interface, it's the default settings of the way they handle voltages. It's also how fast certain companies adapt to new chips. Okay, that's fair. But to be fair, MSI is just as bad as Gigabyte about that. But no, what the thing about it is, y'all do use ASRock motherboards. They're just as bad about voltages. So hell, so is Asus. That's every motherboard company. That's what they got freaking hammered for. There's a lot of tech talk that goes over my family's head because they're not my knowledge on it that I do the studies behind it I've done. That's part of being part of PCMR. Enjoy it. Power GPU says I do not use ASRock. No, I was talking to Jeff. Because it's like 0.001% of users that run internal screens. Jeff, you're the SI. You can build them that way. You can literally do that. Now, internal screens, internal displays can be a pain in the butt. I feel like it's more for custom builders though. And I appreciate that. I get that. I do get that. But y'all could do something. Yeah, Jeff, I do know that MSI and Gigabyte are the slowest. That's why when you said Gigabyte, I said, yeah, and MSI, because I get you. Bryce Van Horn says, hey. All right, cool. Bryce. So looking at this, let's see what we're looking at here. Gaming and racing sim / flight sim for 2500, 1440p in black, and you do want to be able to upgrade your CPU down the line. Looking to buy within a month. You want to get it within 2 weeks. No SI mentioned. All right. I do wish we had any of the higher end systems left over, but those sold out, unfortunately. But Power GPU says, I like Jeff. Me too. He's all right. Okay, so Jesse, I streamed for 11 hours on Saturday building 2 PCs. Jeff stayed the whole time almost. Crazy. Apocalyptic says, what do you think about the NZXT problems lately? NZXT's been having problems for a while. I already addressed that in the stream, though, so I won't go over it. And I addressed it on Saturday, too, during that stream. But I never supported their... you will not find a single bit of content with me out there saying that the rental thing from NZXT is a good idea and people should do it. I never supported that, and I told my contact over there that they should, in no uncertain terms, that they should not do it, and that I wouldn't promote it. My failure, as I said before, was that I didn't look into it. That's what I should have done, and that was a failure on my part. But I already went over all that. They see GPU, CPU, and a price. That's true. That system would not have been good for flight sim. Actually, Jeff, in certain ways it would have been, because some flight sim setups require a lot of I/O. But maybe if we'd been able to do 4070 Ti Super in it, it would have been good. What's up, Rome D Dome? How's it going? What's up, Bra? The PC you put together for me, that Micro Center built, crashed the other day. Luckily, I had the warranty. They had to replace the motherboard, CPU, and RAM. It seems all good now. Well, I'm glad you had the warranty. I do encourage people to get the warranty. I do like the King 95 from what I've seen. Okay, so you want a system where you can get it in a King 95. Okay. Jesse, do y'all carry the King 95? And if not, why not? Montec's making moves, man. They're really nice. Ray, when's the blind build with you and Jeff? Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I sometimes feel bad for coming in chat. I don't want Bray to feel bad. Do your thing, Bray. No. That's okay. Look, honestly, Jesse, you got to understand, like, whenever it's like, okay, which SI do I go with? I'm like, and when you guys come in, it's good for me to be like, this is a time for me to look at this. Let me check this out. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Because if I'm going through it and I got questions or comments, you're right there. I love it. Also, we never get to hang out, Jesse. Come on. Skeeter Gaming. I'm really about to drive 4.5 hours for a 9800 X3D. I found a store in another state that has them for 480, but they won't ship. Okay, just be certain that you need it. Because in a lot of cases, you don't. Like, if you're going to be gaming in 4K, you don't need a 9800 X3D. But if you're going to be doing that and some Photoshop, it's actually a really good CPU for that. So I'm going to CES. As much as I did not want to travel anymore, I just got back from LA today. You had just gotten back from traveling last time I talked to you. Good Lord. Oh, yeah, that's right. Weren't you in the Mafiathon too? That's crazy. I don't know if you were in it or you just helped them with it, but I saw your tweets about that. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah. How is that, though? That's crazy. Over 720K subscribers. That's nuts. I got like 100? But that's Kai, though. Kai wanted to give away 6 PCs. That's sick. That's sick. I'm all proud when I get to do one, although I'm technically running 2 giveaways right now. This is honestly a case where I wouldn't say 4090 isn't a bad option. Are you talking about Tech Grant? Or are you talking about this one? Because the budget 2500 probably not going to really be an option. What's the Warlord? 265K. Prestige, Power Prime, 4070 Super. I do like the 4070 Super though. I swear to you, Jesse, I read this too quickly, and I had a lot of questions spring up right into my mind, but I read it wrong. Oh, y'all did a build in the tarot. Oh, man. I need to reach out to freaking Dave and get myself one. I've waited way too long to do that. Man, it seems like after Computex has just been a freaking whirlwind. Okay, not seeing one in these specs that I think would be ideal, although 265K, but this is gaming only. And that to me screams AMD, honestly. Yeah, don't look at our ready to ship page. Everything's sold out. We made multiple of PCs and everything. That's great. That's a great problem to have. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, look at these, man. They look sick. You see, guys, when I said that I wanted something like if I do collab PC, I wanted something that you would be able to remove, which is why I did the fan grills. Yeah, here I want to show this to you real quick. Jesse, check this out, dude. All right. Tons of airflow. You see right through it, right? But watch this. Dude, yes. Jeff made these. So with this, you're able to do a collab PC, but if that person wants to take it off, they totally can. And the airflow through it was just fine. It was great. Not a huge flight sim player, just recently got into it. Well, we want to support that. But what I was saying, chat, was that there might be a collab system now and then where it's something printed like this. But to me, I want it. The collab systems I do aren't for me and for my ego. They're for you. And a really crazy aesthetic can be off-putting for some people, even if the specs are exactly what they want. So it's something that I've thought about. So you were saying, so Bryce, I wouldn't build a whole setup around it right now, more so gaming and basic racing. Okay, so Bryce, you said you like the King 95. It's not an option here, so we'll probably look elsewhere, but yeah. Go to creator builds. Those prints came out nice. Yeah, all right. Damn. I love every color on this thing. That's gorgeous. That looks sick. This thing needs... Oh, Kai Cenat. Yeah, of course. Oh, man. Yeah. Valkyrie. See, this is why... this is why... like I've told Jesse a few times, dude, like when are we going to do a thing? When are we going to do a thing? He's a little busy with slightly larger content creators. Oh, boy. Yep. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, so you just started doing the UV printing then. I see it. Yeah, that is great. It is great. I encourage those. It encourages those. Is sick. It's great. Need an RGB sticker for my car? Robert, fix it. Breathorn.tech. Go check it out. I got stickers right there. There you go. There you go, guys. No, I know, Jesse. I know. Okay, so I think the one I was looking at was from Skytech. Okay, that's fine. Whenever someone puts in these, like, what SI they're thinking about, if you're thinking about one, be sure to put it there because I pay attention to that. And unless it's like Build Redux and I'm like, hell no, or CyberPower PC and I'm like, bad support, or Apex Gaming PCs and I'm like, absolutely not. Other than some of those, it's like, sure, yeah, we'll look at that first. As long as where you're looking has what you're looking for, then yes. Okay. And you wanted it in black. Yes. What's up, Angry Beaver? Welcome back. Oh, it's all good. $1440p. All right. Start with that. Start with 4070 Super. Y'all got the 7900 GRE. That's sick. And it's $90 cheaper. Check this out. I'll show you something, chat. Check this out. Hello, Zach. $90 cheaper, and its raw power is higher than the 4070 Super. That's a good choice. But once you turn on ray tracing, that's going to even out real quick. But if you don't, then it's more powerful for less money. I like the 7900 GRE. I like the whole 7000 series Radeon cards product stack. Like it's so good for the money. Also, the light base 600 is bonkers good looking. That's such a good looking case. Be Quiet was like, oh, we need to update our cases, huh? And then they went nuts. But you stated that you wanted the King 95 Pro. They don't have that one in black for a custom builder. I forgot. Also, we have a King 95 at Best Buy for $14.99 that has a 4070 Super in it, but it's white. What's the CPU? Oh, for 1440p, as I've said, CPU is not as important. Look at 700 GRE compared to that 3090 Ti. Oh yeah, it beats 3090 Ti. Do you have any tutorials for installing Windows for the first time on a fresh build? I do, actually. In fact, it's linked on every YouTube video that's sponsored by VIP CDK Deals. It's a link that says, here's how it works, or something like that. I don't know if I went through the whole process. I think I did. But it's at least got the basics there. And if I don't have that, somebody else will for sure. They have the King 95 Pro in blue, white, and then the rose gold. Skytech exclusive. I didn't know that was a Skytech exclusive, Jeff. I had no idea. I did not know that. Anyway, yeah, so they are out of the black version of that. Will one of these colors work for you, or I can see if I can find it elsewhere. Or we can look here for a... You have to do custom build on the website or just go through the pre-built ones. That's what I was just opening up right here. Well, the main site, but I was going to the pre-built ones. The downside to the pre-configured PCs is that for a system that's you're going to be used for sim racing or sim or flight sim, I like to put a motherboard with a lot of I/O, and we can't choose that if you're getting a pre-configured PC. But there's the King 95 right there. 7800X3D and 7800XT is not bad, but it's below what you can do, so we'll keep on looking. There, 14700F, 4070 Ti Super, getting closer. 9700X, 4070 Ti Super, getting closer. Sort by price, high to low. We gotta wait for it to do that, and then we'll be good. The blue is really nice. It is. There we go. Core Ultra 7, 265K, 2299. Okay. Well, in the black King 95. Ooh, that does look good in white. Jeff, I gotta ask you. Why didn't y'all put white fans in this? In the bottom and on the back? Respectfully. Why not do that? Just curious. We're not looking at that one right now. I know, but still. So the highest end system, a 4070 Ti Super would be a good choice for what you're trying to do. 1440p, yes. But this has the Core Ultra 7 265K, which I personally think is a great CPU if you have a multi-purpose for your PC. You're just doing gaming though. I do know for a fact that they're out of 9800X3Ds, and I am partially at fault for that. I take some of the blame there. Tiny bit, not a lot, just a little bit, Jeff, just a little bit. But there's a system with a 9700X. Now, both of these do have upgradability for the future. Intel just ain't super good about that, being a long time. AMD is flipping amazing about supporting their sockets for an unreasonable amount of time, which is great. Yeah, I agree. 265K is great for overall production. It's funny, Jesse, because like of course I want to be liked and respected by my contemporaries in the field. But when everybody's just hating on something that was blatantly stated, hey, this is not going to be as good for gaming. We're focusing on efficiency. And we were all yelling at Intel for years. Stop making your CPUs so freaking hot and so power hungry. And then Intel's like, oh, okay. And then and then everyone's like, what did you do? They're like, what you told us to do. I literally put out a video like, it's good actually. It's actually good. Relax. But what are you going to do? Oh, man. But then again, you got to get those clicks on your videos, and negativity sells, unfortunately. This is a great PC, I think. Well, let me see the rest of it. Let's see the rest of the specs here. Brain knows. He do. I know my most popular video ever was about a company that eventually shut down because of how bad they were. And I called it in that video. Okay, let's look at this. 64 gig ZDR5 6000. Yes. So nice. Not necessary, but nice. 2 terabyte Gen 4 drive. Z890 motherboard, of course, to fully utilize that Core Ultra 7 265K. And I have a strong feeling that the that Core Ultra 200S is just going to get better over time. for serious. Hey, when I see those videos, because can you really blame them? This world we live in loves drama and negativity. Yep. Sometimes that negativity is well-founded. NZXT. Other times, it's like, do you like... Yeah, I feel like just shooting a message to these people and asking them, like, do you still like computers? I feel like you hate computers now. Because, like, it's just... what'll happen is when the thing itself comes out, they hate on it. But when the next thing comes out, they hate on that based on how good the thing they hated earlier is. Ow. Ow. My freaking brain. Yeah, it's a new platform. Give it BIOS updates and we might see a nice jump in performance. The platform thing. Whenever it's like, oh man, but it's unstable. Are you new to this? Every new platform sucks when it comes out. Every new platform has issues, stability issues, compatibility issues, things like that, whatever. You see, it's that's why there's a term, early adopter woes. Same with some GPUs. Exactly. King on VR, what's up? I just got here. What's going on? I'm yelling about computers, of course. That's what I always do. Anyway. All right. This is a good PC. It's not laser focused on what you're using it for, though. And that does bother me. I think a 7800 X3D would be better here. I know they don't have the 9800 X3D in stock right now, not until mid-December. So this is a good option, but it's... And like visually, it's what you want. You like the King 95 Pro, or you like the King 95. This does that. This has that. Is the Intel Core good now? I heard it's bad. If you're this right here, if you said I'm doing content creation and gaming, this would be great. But this is not quite what we're looking for here. So, who else has that case? Oh, Jesse, that's right. I need to DM you about something. Something that is going to be awesome, an awesome chance of something cool to do, potentially in January or February. I need to DM you about that. Don't let me forget. I need to DM you about that. I think it's right up your alley. Will the 7800 X3D work? Yes. The thing is, there's no pre-configured system that's in your budget range. Like that's because most of them are lower, so they have a lower end GPU or whatever than what you could get. That has a King 95 case, and if we go to the custom PC builder, we can pick whatever parts we want. Other than 9800 X3D, it's not available. But they don't have the King 95 in black, only in other colors. Town Scott, or T-Town Scott, I, as someone who says things about computers on the internet that causes people to spend thousands of dollars, I am not comfortable with recommending 13th or 14th gen Intel because we've been told the microcode fixed everything, and we could, we can test things right now and it could be fine, but it could also not be fine in 4 or 5 months. We don't know. We haven't had the time to really test everything. So I just kind of avoid it, especially because there are other very good options out there. A few weeks and the black will be back in stock. So, okay. They can't put it in an order though, because it's not on here. So, and I don't know anyone. Oh, I forgot about the geometric future case. Jeff, weren't we really close to using this case in our 1299 system? This will update eventually. We were real close to you. No, what'd you do? Why'd you do that? I did that. Y'all got to see this thing. It's bonkers. Also, music. Look at this thing. It's crazy. It's your power supply. It goes right there. It looks really good. And it does like a chimney style. I know it's hard to hear me. I really like the intro to that song. So, Bryce, this is a case that is available from Skytech right now, and I haven't seen this used by any other SI. It looks nice. Thank you for my King 85 case, Jeff. I just placed my Amazon order for some of my parts, and my case I picked on Amazon was the one sold by Skytech. Oh, just the case by itself. That's cool. Dark Force, happy to have you here. Look at their ARC case under Geometric Future. You would love this case. This is right up your alley. This is very you. Yeah, this is very you. 8 customizable installation modes. Are y'all gonna carry this? Anyway, Bryce, oh, you're looking at the one with a 7800 X3D and 4070 Super. Yeah, that's definitely an option. Why am I? Oh, because I zoomed in on either one. Yeah, this is a fine option. But I would probably... Oh, 4070 Super. That's a different one. One second. Where is it? I don't see that one. Yeah, I don't see one with a 4070 Super. Hey, pray for that Azure 3 giveaway. Did you mean to put contiguous US only, or did you mean continental US only? The term means kind of the same thing. Contiguous US just means the connected states of the United States. There is a small semantic difference in between the two. Yeah, Bryce, I don't see the one you're talking about. The only one with the 7800 X3D in the King 95, and in general, the only one is the one that has a 7800 XT, which is similar in performance to the 4070 Super. But once you turn on ray tracing, the similarity, the delta between the two grows, you might say. So. 285 KS, though, I bet is being worked on. Probably. How do you guys feel about Pat Gelsinger no longer being CEO of Intel? That's crazy, huh? All right, real quick, guys, to disable pre-rolls for a bit, I'm going to go ahead and run an ad in on Twitch. And because the current person I'm helping is on YouTube anyway, I'm going to run an ad in Twitch real quick. Just hang out. This is going to mean that people who come in to watch the stream that are new and not subscribed are not going to have to sit through 3 or 4 ads just to start watching the stream. So I'll see y'all in 60 seconds or 30 seconds or whatever. Jeff, that's what I was saying. I was saying that if you turn on ray tracing, also, yes, DLSS is better, but FSR has gotten a lot better than it used to be as well. Considering doing some bespoke builds in it, that'd be sick. Looks like the Spike from Valorant, but it's cool. It does kind of look like that, doesn't it? Dang, did they sell out, lol? I definitely saw it on there at one point, but whatever you recommend. Oh, boy. Okay. Good. There it is. Look, if you want a black King 95 Pro, it's either going to be one of the pre-configured systems or you'll need to wait a couple of weeks. If you're fine waiting a couple of weeks, what I can do is this. I can do the rest of the build. You hold on to that build, and then in a couple of weeks when the case is available, it'll show up in the builder, and then you can order your system. That is a lot of CPUs. Uh, 700 X3Ds not on the list here, and that makes sense. I was told it wouldn't really be that available. There's a 7950 X3D. If you were doing 1080p pro gaming and stuff, I would be like insistent upon waiting for an X3D chip. But you're not. So you could go with a 9700X and have a fine time with it. That would be fine. Because once you go 1440p or 4K, the CPU is less relevant to gaming performance. Okay, Jeff, you do have to be specific when you say no AMD. You mean GPU, right? NVIDIA. Okay, yeah. The potential problem with AMD making both is that. Also, Jeff, I really liked that Atmos AIO. It's really nice. I need to remind myself of this one here. Why? Stop it. You know what, Asus? Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Okay. That should cover your sim rig. And if not, you do have let's see, X16 slot, Max X4 for this one, and PCI 4.0 X4 right there. So yeah, you have a couple of very usable PCIe slots for adding more USB if you need that for your sim rig setup. It depends on what kind of setup you have. I would say this is fine. Why no memory selected? That's just weird. Oh, the Cooler Master one, it's really pretty. It is. It really is. Like, I can't get over this. Like, that is just, it's beautiful, man. It's gorgeous. Oh, man. Oh, such a beautiful PC. Let's see. There's no 32 gig kit with DDR5 6000 in here, which is annoying because I know y'all have them. Oh, there is. It's the Corsair Vengeance one. Oh boy! You get one Corsair product. You need IQ for it. Jeff, let me ask you. Signal RGB, is that controlling Corsair now? Is Corsair compatible with it? CO36 too. Oh, that's okay. Why is that not compatible? What's the problem here? We're out? Okay, did I take the rest of it? Did I take the rest of that? My bad. You do not need IQ for the RAM. Good. The last giveaway is the winner's not being drawn until the 20th. And the one before that, not till the 13th. Deathly Nightshade makes good, says it has been for a long time. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Anyone know the 5th code from Twitch? I had to go and never got it. Jay, unfortunately, the spirit of that particular code is that it was just for those who went on the raid. I'm sorry about that. Do you have any decent speed external SSDs discounted for Cyber Monday? Not really on components. Not looking at components too much. Okay, so this is a full build. This is all done up. This is everything. 9700X is going to do everything you need it to do at 1440p or 4K. Performance to a 9800X 3D is pretty similar when it comes to higher resolutions. And 4070 Ti Super, 1440p all day long, even if you do like ultra-wide 1440p, not a problem. The case currently selected is this Geometric Future case, which I think is really sick, but like, if you want to wait for the King 95, you totally can. Jeff, let me ask you a question. When it comes to a case like this, it doesn't seem to come with fans. What do y'all do with that? We have an AIO that's going in the top as exhaust, I know. If there's a fan go in here in the side, how are y'all doing this particular? Fans in the bottom, of course. How are y'all doing this one? I know it. If Bray of Thorns gives the okay, I will sell for what? Honestly, Armory Crate would control it or Signal. Okay, Signal, good. Because Signal just tries to control your RGB. Armory Crate tries to do too much. We put fans in it. Okay, great. Cool. All right. But do you do like your reverse flow ones or... I would want to see a build in this. I want to see a build in this, how y'all do it. Anyway. Because I know in the Montech XR, you have branded reverse flow fans, but that's probably put in there for you by Montech. All right, Bryce, there you go. There's the full build. And what you'll do is just wait a couple of weeks. When did you say that? When did Jeff say that they were going to be coming in? Sometime this month. Okay, sometime this month. Just check out on it every week, and soon and then click on case and check to see if the Black King 95 Pro is in there. And once it is, you put your order through, and all you have to do is add to cart. Once you change that, that looks like a previous one. Yeah, it is. This was a good content creation build right here. Excuse me? Hold on. There's our build. Add to cart. You can do it, Skytech website. The cases are currently getting seasick somewhere in the ocean. Hopefully they don't fall off the ship, although sharks need good cases too. They don't. To answer that question mark that you had there. Okay, going down here. One thing that I highly recommend, if you, well, at this point you're already going to be waiting extra time, so maybe you don't want to do this. But if you're okay with waiting a little longer, you can select here for free. You can have your your custom PC built live on stream, which is an awesome experience and very, very nice. But if we put code SWARM, SWARM right here, how much will it remove? Also, shipping is free, by the way, which is really nice. Okay, stop scrolling to the top. I just need the, okay, $71.64 off on the price, making this system $23.16 with this case. It's probably gonna change a bit once you go to the Montech King 95 Pro. There you go. I'll just do that. There you go. Why is it? Oh, because of the leave a message thing. Thanks for blocking the price. Jeff, why are you trolling the live? Mac, that's just what Jeff do sometimes. And it's okay. Jeff just likes hanging out with us. Okay, that's good. Now, Salt Girl 123, thank you for waiting. I know that was a long wait. Sorry about that. But it's your turn. It's good content, but really just here to answer questions. Oh boy. I did a lot last time. Ordered a King 95 700 XTD from Skytech. It will be my stream PC next year, but we'll be gaming for now, says Josh Johnson. Very cool, Josh. Okay, Salt Girl, let's take a look at your build here. So we're looking at gaming, streaming, content creation, and video editing. Budget 3K. Looking for it in black. You're not sure about resolution, though, or you haven't decided, or whatever your budget allows. You do want future upgradability. Okay. Let me ask you this question, Salt Girl, real quick. What is your actual max budget for the PC? Is it 3K? Is it 3250? What's the actual maximum budget for the PC? No problem, Bryce. You good? Don't forget to get that, what was it, $72 off with code SWARM. It saves you money, it supports what I do, and it's overall, it's just a good time, I guess. About 3K. All right. Mac, that might have been for the, that was probably for a Micro Center build. Sorry, just 1 second, everybody. Okay. Let's see. need to remind myself what Stints had for Cyber Monday, Black Friday deals. Aha! Aha! Yo, we gotta go. Oh boy, that's a great option right there. The 32 gigs does bother me though. Let's see. Oh, you can upgrade that. That's cool. So my favorite CPU to recommend for someone doing content creation right now is the Core Ultra 7 265K. Nearly the same performance in video editing as the 285K, but for $200 cheaper. It's great. I'm gonna want to check what the, let's see what the motherboard is like. Let's find out. This one's decent. It's not bad. It's just not that great. I mean, you have 10 USB, but 3 of them are Type C. I prefer to have some more Type A, but this is pretty standard for current motherboards, where you're getting more and more Type C, though the throughput on them is getting really good. We do have good PCIe expandability here for internal capture cards, USB expansion. You don't really need a network card to be added in here, like 5 or 10 gig, because it already has 5 gigabit Ethernet. Just not a huge fan of that for streaming. It's not the worst I've seen. But this thing is, it's got great airflow in the Air 903 Max. Core Ultra 7 265K. It is default with a 4070 Ti Super, so that 16 gigs of VRAM can come in handy for creation. And 32 gigs DDR5 6400 CL32. I would prefer 64 gigs for video editing. You can run out of out of RAM pretty quickly when editing 4K video if you're not careful. But the KC3000 2TB drive is a really nice M.2 drive. 1000 watt PCIe Gen 5 power supply, fully modular, 80 plus gold. Don't know the brand of it. Is a Windows license tied to hardware or Microsoft account? Says keeping it fishy. Well, the question it really is, are you talking about a retail version of Windows or an OEM version of Windows? If it's an OEM version of Windows, that is tied to the hardware, specifically the motherboard. If it is a retail version of Windows, that's tied to your Microsoft account. Broga says, hot take, for leftover pizza, cold is far superior to reheated. Broga, that just means you're reheating it wrong. That's all that means. If you're trying to reheat pizza in the microwave, I weep for you. I don't know the build price was included with Jeff's business, Skytech Gaming. Mac, that's most system integrators. It's included in like the final price. Yeah, most SIs. With Micro Center, you're talking about a computer store that also has the service of a same-day build, which SIs don't do a same-day build because you're not there to get it. A same-day build is a lot of work for a store employee to do. Just as long as you order the PC earlier than 4 hours to closing, you get it same day. So it is an expensive fee, but it's a service you're getting. Reheated in the air fryer is solid. It can be, yeah, but you got to have a tray style air fryer. I have like a bin style one, or like the bucket style. Not great for pizza, but I just have been reheating pizza in the oven for years and years, and it's so much better. Is there one with 64 gigs? There is not, but they may be able to do upgrades to this one for you, potentially. I know Stints built. They would do it. They would upgrade it for you. Now they have a 9800X 3D build here too. Nice, nice. RAM is not too difficult to upgrade. You pop out the old RAM, put in the new RAM. So what I would do is hold on. Let me actually, give me a second. I'm going to ask Stints real quick and see if he'll do that. Toaster ovens are good for that too. I wouldn't be surprised if it's... Oh, no, it's not too late for him to answer, apparently. Awesome. Okay, so it looks like they could very well... Yes, they should be able to modify that. And let me see here. If we go to... Okay, so check this out. If we bump this up to a 4080 Super, which is the only option listed here, bump it up to a 4080 Super, then it goes up to $28.99. And I'm anticipating that the upgrade from 32 gigs of RAM to 64 gigs of RAM, which is great for video editing PC, where you're doing content creation. Even if you're doing really simple edits right now, as you keep going, you're going to be adding in more to your workflow, more effects, more things like that, and the higher quality video, and it's going to require more memory. It's not going to slow you down to have more RAM than you need right now. It's certainly not a problem. And when you're streaming, the more complex your stream gets, it can be helpful to sometimes have a little more memory too, sometimes. So this should still be within budget, especially after my discount code. Is the Prism from Skytech good? There are several Prisms. What I'm looking at here is a specific one that has a specific CPU. And which Prism are we talking about? If it's tied to the Microsoft account and you lose access to the account due to Microsoft locking my account for no reason, literally set it up and shut down in the morning, it's locked. What are my alternatives? You got to call them. You got to call Microsoft. Or iBuyPower, I guess. iBuyPower does have very good customer service. He said, okay, he said he can edit it in the next 5 minutes for the RAM upgrade toggle. Good Lord, look at that response. That's what you get from a boutique builder right there. I'll look at the Prism. Let's just take a look-see here. Okay, just click here. I should just search Prism. Let me see. What happens if I do that? Oh, if I spell it right, that'd be better. There we go. So nothing matched your search terms. What are you talking about? Prism 3. Prism 3. Prism, okay, probably this one then. 14900K? No, I wouldn't. I can't really recommend that. Besides, you said you wanted a black PC? No, not the 14900K. No. I edit video on the 14900K, and it's not a good time. It was amazing, but mine had the microcode issues, which we can't necessarily be certain that those are completely gone yet. So my recommendation would be this guy right here. Now, if it's an aesthetic thing, I get it. I do understand that. And we can maybe instead do a custom system. But like, this is a really good system for this price from a boutique builder. It's very good, actually. Braythorn, I feel like I have to apologize. Just bought an MHX motherboard for an ATX case. The only person, Broga, you should apologize to is yourself, not me. Hey, Braythorn, so I'm new to all this. Interested in building my own gaming PC. Micro Center is opening near me in early 2025. Should I wait or should I start buying parts since it's Cyber Monday? What do you think? JK Flips, when that Micro Center opens, they're going to have deals galore. That might trump any Cyber Monday deals you'll see now. And also, it's a little hard to gauge deals on hardware. You have to price check everything when it comes to Cyber Monday or Black Friday. What's up, AJ? How's it going? Heard you need the Ultra Flow updated to 64 gigs. Well, Sin said that he talked about putting in a toggle for that. But yeah, essentially, it's someone who wants to use this for gaming, streaming, and content creation. And you know how I feel about content creation. If you're going to be doing that, 64 gigs of RAM is awesome. Capacity is king in that situation. What's up, Hefty? How's it going? Is there a motherboard that has a little more USBs? I would say, for the most part, this is going to have enough for you, but I'm going to show you something real quick. Check it out. Whenever I have a system that has an issue with not having enough USB, I throw in one of these. They are plug and play. They're like 25 bucks. They don't require power from the power supply. And they add a ton of directly PCIe connected USB 3.0 ports. So something like this, totally going to handle your issue because this motherboard has PCIe slots available to you. And you'll still have another one for a capture card if you want to go with an internal capture card. Is it the Z890 Tomahawk on it? Yeah. Yeah, we looked at that. I showed it here. Yes. It's not a ton. I think MSI lost the plot a little bit with these. This should have been more USB Type A's, I think. But this is not bad. It's not bad. It's not great either. But it's not terrible. Because then you have a bunch of USB Type C's. Throw in something like this, and then you are not going to ever run out. What this is, Salt Girl, this is a Black Friday Cyber Monday deal. This PC's pretty much built, but they're talking about swapping out the RAM for you on it. Yeah, the Thunderbolt is where the bandwidth is going. And I've run things on Thunderbolt. It's pretty amazing for doing things like transferring footage from an SD card, things like that, other connectivity stuff. It's really nice. I do have that on my motherboard here, and I've been able to use it to great effect. But when it comes to things like external capture cards, webcams, audio interfaces, things like that, you don't want to directly connect that, and this will provide that for you. It's just that this combination of CPU here with the rest of the components and putting in 64 gigs of RAM, plus that upgrade to the 4080 Super. Actually, let me see if that's been changed yet, if we have a toggle, so we can see the eventual price on it. No. Okay. Do we know what the ultimate price would be? Is it less than $100 to upgrade to the 64 gigs? Loading? Okay. How can I install that? Okay, I'm going to show you this. Check this out. Okay. Right here, all you do is you remove the bracket there. That it just comes out and it plugs in to a slot that's right here. And I'll show you on the motherboard. right there. Even if it looks like it doesn't fit because it's a lot shorter, that slots in perfectly. These slots are just physically this big because there are some cards that are larger that don't use all of the lanes, but it slots into either this one or this one, whichever one you want to use. And then it screws down with one screw and you're done. Thoughts on the Stints built AM Dominance? Asked Ashton. I haven't really looked at it, but I looked at it a while ago, like on Friday, I think. Or before that, actually. I think on Tuesday. It was really good. Okay, so this will be right in budget before my discount code. Okay. So once that's updated, we'll check it with my discount code, see what it comes out to, but it's under budget. With a 4080 Super and a 265K, which I'm going to show you this. Check this out. Check this out. All right. There's a reason I was like, yo, this is perfect. All right. Wait, where do I have it? Was like, oh, no. I need to go over here. This is Puget Bench, and they are pretty much the standard when it comes to content creation benchmarks. This is Puget Bench for Premiere Pro. These are the top CPUs on the market right now for video editing. On the very top is a 285K, the Core Ultra 9 285K. And just under that is the Core Ultra 7 265K. They're very close to each other in performance, and there is a $200 price difference between them. Not only that, but the 265K runs cooler, uses less power, and it's only lacking 4 efficiency cores versus a 285K. This is a 24-core CPU. The 265K is a 20-core CPU. And it is a fat $200 difference. So you're really not missing much, but you're saving a good amount. This is the one I recommend out of the whole product stack for Core Ultra 200S. I think it's the best balanced CPU price to performance, and it's really good. Hefty asks, what cameras do you use? A little bit overkill, but I use an FX3 for my primary camera. Yes, they can upgrade it to the 64 gigs. Oh, no discount on Black Friday systems. Well, in that case, it's exactly on point. So you can't use my discount code, but there it is. Okay, 64 gigs, 4080 Super. There you go. Right on the money for your budget. There it is. But it's a really good system for that price. That was $3,300 with 14th gen. Good Lord. And it's going to run cooler and perform. Like, look at the comparison to. Where's it? I don't even see the 14700K on this list. 14700K ain't even here. Wait, no, that can't be. That can't be right. It's probably because I found the 9800X 3D one. Let's go back here and go to hardware articles. That's not right. There it is. Okay. Where's the 14700K? How does it stack up to the 265K? Let's see. It's because it wasn't part of that testing. 265K is up here. 14700K is down here in 5th place. And this is in 2nd place. So, there you go. If I recall correctly, 14700K is like 9700X level. When it comes to video editing, nah, it's going to beat the 9700X handily because for Premiere Pro, it does like cores and it likes QuickSync. As you'll see, the closest to it from AMD is a 9950X. The 14700K is, it looks like a full 1,000 points over the 9700X or more, like 1,200 points. It's really good. So there's the build. All you got to do is click on that and then go here, click on this, click on 4080 Super, and then click here, click 64 gigs, add to cart, and voila. Normally, I'd say put code Braethorn in at checkout, but for the Black Friday systems, that's not viable for that. So I can multi-stream with no issues. Yeah, you have enough RAM for that. You have enough cores for that with 20 cores in that CPU. You have plenty of storage to start out with 2 terabytes of very fast, very reliable storage. Power supply is perfect for this with the 4080 Super, and the 265K is, it compared to previous gens, it does kind of sip power rather than gulping it. And the only thing is, if you find yourself at a point where you're starting to run out of USB ports, no problem. You throw something like this in there for 25 bucks or so, and it's plug and play. You get a ton more USB with 0 problems. There you go. 265K is going to run much cooler, be more stable with that RAM, and likely be better at integrated quick sync. Oh yeah. I really do think I want to switch over to it for my main content creation machine, but I need to get it first. We'll see. Maybe whenever the 5090 comes out, some SI or another is going to want to be my new main machine. We'll find out. We'll see. Or I'll build one. I just can't justify buying that stuff because oftentimes it'll be, I am privileged in the way where that I'll get systems sent to me. Although I do give away most of them, to be clear. Okay, that's another one of the books right there. There you go. Happy to do a Stints built system. That's going to work beautifully for your use case. I think you're going to love it. And Stints built is so good, so cool, and good, and cool. Okay, now, everybody, Salt Girl, let me know if anything else comes up. Can you send a link with that as well? Sure. Yes. 4.3 stars, 152 ratings. Nice. Okay. There you go. Don't worry. I'll take your 4090 after you get the 5090. I'll carefully dispose of it. Hefty, what you know what's going to happen very likely to that 4090? It's probably going to go to whoever becomes my video editor at that time. That's how it always worked with Cuddles. Whenever I got an upgrade, so would he. Any SI with 9800 X3Ds and 4090s? Matthew Brock, the odds of that are slim. Actually, hold on. Hold on. $9,800 X3Ds are hard to get. Not that's a 4070 Ti Super, but let's see if it has the option for the 4090. Because 4090s have stopped production a long time ago. There's a lot of SIs that just don't have them. Nope, not an option here. But they do have the 9800 X3D. Here's my thought, Matthew Brock. Here's my thought here. Okay. We are probably 6 or 7 weeks away from the drop of the 5090. I therefore probably wouldn't recommend spending $2,000 on a 4090. And for those SIs out there who are holding the bag with a bunch of 4090s, first off, how did you do that? Secondly, why would you do that? Like, get rid of those things because they're going to drop in value in a matter of a month and a half. 8800 XT rumor drop today. 7900 XTX fast raster, 1.52x ray tracing. Well, 700 XTX raster is great. Ray trace, so they're being their 3rd gen hardware accelerated ray tracing and see the benefits of that. I think that would be a win. if it's the same price as a 7800 XT. Can you imagine? Imagine 7800 XT price, 7900 XTX performance, and 50 to 100% improvement in ray tracing for 7800 XT price. That would be bananas, but AMD will find a way to make it weird or unviable, at least in the beginning, and then prices will drop dramatically. Salt Girl, no problem. Happy to help out. And also, Salt Girl, let me help you out in another way. If you want to multi-stream, this guy's a buddy of mine, but also he's my favorite content creator for figuring all that stuff out. EpostVox is awesome and an absolute quality dude, and he has a lot of great content on setting up multi-streaming properly. I know this because I haven't completely, I know it's there, and I personally haven't completely followed the process myself, so my multi-streaming is not great, but it's there, it works. I did the basics. People are concerned about tariffs from second term. Okay, well, I mean, the thing about it, Mac, is that when you have bots, purchasing everything for scalpers and scalpers happening or whatever, the good news is, if you're here and if you're looking for a pre-built, that by and large, system integrators are not really affected by bots scraping retailers for parts because SIs get their own allocation. What I mean by that is scalpers don't buy a whole PC just to scalp one or two of the parts. Normally, that's usually not a thing they do. They usually get all the retail stuff and then sell that at a higher price. So just like in the GPU shortages of the way back when of COVID and all that, and the crypto boom, all the way up to the 9800X3D just recently, SIs were the only way to get the parts you would want, and that's going to continue. 50 series is going to be no different. But Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, is obsessed with controlling the market, and he does that most of the time through controlling stock inventory, and it's not about making gamers happy. It's about making shareholders happy. He's legally obligated to do that. Legally obligated to make shareholders money. And if there's an abundance of product, well, you can't charge whatever you want for it, can you? So there's a very good chance that 50 series is going to be a little hard to get, meaning SIs really might be the only way for a while anyway. But if you're buying pre-built anyway, you're fine. You're good. No worries. If one SI doesn't have it, another one will. Sorry, first SI in that example, but how that goes. Aiden Bloom says, I watched one of your vid. I set up the PC tower. What does the NVIDIA GeForce Experience do? That's for keeping your drivers up to date. But what I would do, Aiden, is in there, it's going to ask you if you want to update to the new NVIDIA app. I would definitely do that. The new NVIDIA app is better. You don't need to create a login for it. But all it does is keep your graphics drivers up to date, meaning your graphics card works better with most games because you have updated drivers. Think the tariffs will not be as quick. Here's the thing. There's a lot of talk about those. We'll see how many of those actually go through, because the companies that are affected by those, they can lobby just as hard as anybody else. So we'll see. This is one case in where I think lobbying is justified and good. They need to lobby for that to not happen. Because who's going to be affected? They might not even lobby for it, because who's really affected? It's not China that's affected by those tariffs. It's us. We pay for that. Anyway. Araxinus, that's true. The more SI buy, the more you save. That's, yeah. More you buy, more you save. AJ says, strongly considering 8800 XT, or if they have true chiplets for GPUs figured out and an 8900 XT is coming, I want it. The word from AMD is that they're not focused on that. And the people hurt by that are enthusiasts, like the real enthusiasts that are really trying to throw their money at their computer, because you've seen the Steam hardware survey just like I have. Like 4%, 3 or 4% of gamers gaming on 4K monitors. 3 or 4%. AMD is right to not focus on that. But also they're following in NVIDIA's footsteps and probably going to throw a good amount of their silicon towards data centers. Oops. Thanks, Jensen. Appreciate it. Tariffs are for importing. Yes, they are, Rutu, and most computer goods are imported. Indeed, China will just pass along the expense to the end customer. Yeah. Are there any programs or applications that would also be good to install? Yeah, Aiden, what I like to do is, here, I'll show you. Go there, that ninenight.com, and I'll show you guys on here, actually. So when you first get your PC, I might make a video about this, but ninenight.com is a great way to install a bunch of the applications that you're probably going to be using, okay? And what it does is it'll take all the programs you select and it creates a single installer to do it all for you. And it also will skip any kind of like, oh, put it in the Google search bar, which, good Lord, that's a blast from the past. But there's a lot of great stuff here. Like for playing media, I love VLC. Whatever browser you want, you can do a single installer. So I should probably make one of these for whenever I'm freaking doing review. Why have I not done that yet? There's utilities like you have stuff like Rewo's cool. Let's see. CCleaner is a little questionable now. But you know, TeamViewer, stuff like that. You have for imaging, you have GIMP right there, which is great, which I've used. GreenShot is awesome for getting screenshots. Runtimes that your games might want, you can skip that if you're not sure what they are, and then you probably don't need them. Discord, Skype for some reason, in case you need it. 7-Zip I use all the time. Steam, a Steam installer, all of it gets put into one installer, and it skips all the crap that you don't want. This is a great site. Whenever I was doing IT stuff, it was like here in my bookmarks. So yeah. So as for which ones would be good to install, that's up to how you're going to use your PC. I don't know what to tell you there. But yeah, okay. Ninenight is a one-click thing for me. I love it. Absolutely. It's one of those things where it's like, tell me that you did IT for years without telling me you did IT for years. And if Ninenight's one of your top things, you did IT for years. All right. I legit wonder if the chiplet experiments are for data center. Gamers are more open to troubleshooting, so we beta test it. Then they spend less on silicon and can build more massive GPUs for data center with smaller silicon. I don't know, AJ, if I agree with gamers are more open to troubleshooting. Enthusiasts are. Gamers just want a game. But enthusiasts are more open to troubleshooting. Yes, I will agree to that. That's why it's like, do you recommend the Arc A770 or A750? Sure, if you're an enthusiast. If you're not, hell no. But if you're an enthusiast, go for it. If you're down to troubleshoot through stuff like that, if you're down with, installing new VBIOS if you need to, stuff like, yes, go for it. Or new drivers, yeah, do it. But frequently, But otherwise, God forbids, I do have an issue with that a little bit, and I hate to say it because I know the guys from Zydax, but sometimes I wonder how much I really know certain people, because they've apparently sort of let things go on the customer service side, and that's something that I can't really reconcile. I've even went to them and been like, hey, this is going on. What's up with that? And though they said they would follow up with the customer, and I believe they did, they never followed up with me and said, all right, here's what's going on, or here's the situation. So Zydax, not in my like top list of recommendations right now, whether they have this stuff or not. They can hold on to that, in my opinion, until they get all their ducks in a row on customer service and reprioritize into that. Because it doesn't matter how great your build is. If your service is terrible, get out of the business, because anyone can build a PC. That's the thing about PCs. Now, is it something everyone should do? No, but everyone could do it, right? Most people. So you're not a special company for building a PC. What people are buying when they choose you is the customer service that you're going to give them, the ownership experience. And if that sucks, so do you. When someone comes into the testimonials and is saying that they feel like they have to resort to legal recourse, you done messed up somewhere. So, and then if you have the pre-built guy in that conversation and then you never follow up with them, what am I supposed to think, guys? That it's not important to you. So, fair enough. I just bought iPower Slate 6 mesh. I want to get into recording video. What is a good last second buy? You already bought a computer, so I don't know what to tell you. Extra storage? Extra storage. A 2 or 4 terabyte M.2 drive to add in there. I should just wait and do the 9000X3D and a 5090. Do you need that, Matthew Brock? I don't know what you're doing with your system, right? I'm not too sure. Thoughts on AVA Direct? AVA Direct is cool. They are cool. They have a business model where they don't have a bunch of stuff in stock. Like, they offer pretty much every component you could find on Newegg, because I think that's where they get it, or they get it from, I don't know, wherever they get it from. But they do have great builders there. Like the build that they did for me for review for the 7000 series Ryzen system. That was a hard build. The cable management was bananas, and they did it. But I don't know that they have parts in stock like a 4090. They would just have to get one if you order it from them. But it might show that they do have it in stock. I don't know. I haven't talked to them in a long time. Posture check. I do need that. Thank you, Hefty. Appreciate it. Anyone can cook. I mean, true. Now, most people don't want to. So imagine if you had amazing food and horrible customer service as a restaurant. I ain't going there. And there are restaurants like that here, where it's like, oh man, their food sounds really good, but I'm never going there again because I had the worst customer service experience there. No, like they treated me like crap. I'm not about that. I'm not crap. I'm not crap. Taco Palenque. Anyway. By the way, I clicked a link that was a matchmaker spreadsheet, but it was 404. What's up, Daring to Fly? How's it going? Okay, I'll click the link right now myself. Worked immediately. There it is. Or 8K gaming. 8K gaming? I hate to say it. 8K gaming isn't really a thing. They've been claiming 8K gaming since 30 series at NVIDIA. We'll see if it's finally true with 50 series. Okay, let's see what we got here. So again, no one has come into chat and said, hey, Braethorn, I'm on the list. So if y'all, I've asked several times, I'll ask it again. If you're watching in Twitch and you're following, you do need to follow the channel for me to give you the free help. It's a free follow, okay? Then you get access to the emotes there for free. And one of them says, I'm on the list. If you're waiting for help right now, click that emote, drop it in chat so I'll know. If you're watching on YouTube, you don't have that option. All you got to do is type my name at Breathorn. You put the at and then the B-R-A-E. It'll fill out the rest for you. Then type I'm on the list. Please let me know right now, because we're just chilling right now. Oh, I mean history, not the forum. I think it was on YouTube. Oh, I'll need to check that then. Oh, matchmaker spreadsheet. I get you. I'll have to check that. Oh, that sucks. If that's wrong, I'll have to fix it in like a million streams, but whatever. Sinbleed, what's up? How's it going? I mean, what a chaos. Intel launching a new GPU. Their CEO stepped down or fired or being worse CEO, and 18A is a joke. It sounds like you were having another conversation and you just continued it in here, but okay. I did talk about Pat Gelsinger earlier, briefly. I used to like the guy, but under his watch, 13th and 14th gen RMAs happened. Microcode, and then the RMAs for known issues being refused. Jeez. That's why I'm not weeping for him leaving, because like, even if it wasn't him answering the calls or whatever, it is on his watch, and final decisions go to leadership. Not him necessarily, but leadership under him. Hi BRP, how's it going? Mac Daddy, if you're not needing one for yourself, then no. I mean, that person on Reddit might not know that this is happening. They would need to be here. Generally, unless like you've been in the community for a while, and like you've some people will tell me beforehand or whatever, like, hey, I'm gonna be doing the list for a person that I know, or my cousin or whatever, or a gift. If it's like for a gift or something, it's still you that I'm helping, and you're here. I prefer for the person to be here if possible. So I did some reading while I've been watching to look for alternatives for the 9900X 3D. I was looking at the right 7900X. Both look good for gaming and video editing. The 9900X 3D is not great for video editing. It's not. I recommend it for gaming and streaming. If you want to edit videos, there's better choices. And honestly, when it comes to video editing, if you're trying to do that, then I would go with the Core Ultra 7 265K. 4K 60 FPS, that can be that you want to get quick sync probably. So I would go with the Core Ultra 7 265K. It's still good for gaming. It's not as good as any X3D chip, but Intel straight up said that it wouldn't be. It does just fine, and it's only getting better as they release BIOS updates. And Core Ultra 7 265K is the second best Premiere Pro CPU on the market, and it's right behind the number one, which is the $200 more expensive 285K. I told him he wants the impossible, $500 budget, streaming and gaming. Yeah. Well, I would say going with used hardware, looking for a secondhand PC is probably going to be better. Or if you're really trying to do streaming and gaming, just wait a bit and save up more. And that's just a real answer. That's not me sugarcoating it. It's just saying like, hey, if you're wanting to do more than just gaming, especially if you're trying to do it like 1440p or something and not 1080p, that because for $500 you can build a respectable 1080p gaming machine. You can. But if you're trying to do gaming and streaming, that's going to require more RAM, more I/O on the motherboard, other stuff. So I would say that looking for secondhand and looking very carefully at what you get would be a good deal, potentially. Or just take your time, save up more. It's an investment. If you're trying to do streaming with it, yeah, it's an investment. You don't have to retract your message. I already read it out loud. What do you use for recording videos and editing? Also, I just subscribed. Thank you, Aiden. Appreciate that. I mostly use, okay, if my system that does need replacing, at least in the CPU category, is a 14900K 4090 system with 96 gigs of RAM. So I basically never run out of RAM. But for recording, if you're talking about the camera, it's a Sony FX3. And if I'm doing B-roll, if I'm doing like a montage or I'm doing a video that is like, it needs to look amazing, then I record directly into the camera, transfer it over, and edit it in Premiere Pro. If I am just doing like System Integrators Weekly, where I'm just talking to the camera, showing the screen, doing stuff like that, I record into OBS and I just edit that footage in Premiere Pro. So that's what I use. That's what I do. Why hydrate out of stock? Because I don't need to hydrate every 5 seconds. In 16 gigs RAM, good enough for streaming? I don't think so. I don't think so. 16 gigs of RAM isn't even good enough for every game. If you're trying to play Escape from Tarkov, 16 gigs of RAM can get in the way of you playing that game. It's not enough. I recommend 32 gigs of RAM at least for streaming and gaming on the same PC. Hey, could you talk about the current status of PCM sessions? Well, I haven't noticed any PCM sessions emails coming in. I'm doing them here, but no one has come in and said, hey, I'm on the list. So I can't help anybody unless they inform me that they're here and waiting for help. As for sessions outside of streams, I haven't really done any. And also, we just went through the busiest time of the year for tech content creators, Black Friday, Cyber Monday. So I probably wouldn't have been able to do them until after that anyway. I might just start browsing some deals on, just looking around, I guess. Because if no one's going to ask for help, okay, it's one thing to fill out the form. You then have to tell me you filled out the form. You need to be like, hey, I'm on the list. I filled out the form. Because people will fill out the form and then just leave. I don't know why. But Daring to Fly, as for doing PCM sessions, I'm willing to do that off stream now that I'm done with Black Friday and Cyber Monday. They run $100 for like a 30-minute session, pretty much 30 to 45-minute session, or however long it takes, I guess. And it's basically like what we do here, except I don't have chat to entertain. I don't have to be broadcasting. I just talk directly to you. The Longest Shoreman. Finally, there you go. You did it. Okay. All right. There you are. I see you. All right. Neat. Whoa, what happened there? There we go. Looks like we're doing a PC or a parts list with Micro Center here, so that's cool. Today? No, I don't, actually. Okay, so we're helping out the Longest Shoreman. Okay, let's do that. Just for me, I just need to go to an incognito window and it works just fine. It's my computer. Where were we talking about? Marietta, right? Okay. All right. Excuse me. What the hell was that about? Oh, is it down? Yes, I'm zoomed in still. That just the site just gave up on me here. Is their site down right now? Nobody told me. Yeah, their site's down. Okay, probably a Cyber Monday problem. Right. Handheld streamed from gaming computer at home would be the ideal setup. Do you think so? I don't know about that. I like keyboard mouse for stuff more. No, actually I'm not, because I have a machine that I use for my day-to-day work stuff, and that's the system I'm using right now. Yeah, Longshoreman, I'm not sure what to do here because Micro Center is down right now. Okay, it's working for a minute here. Let's try it. Yeah, that's not good. It's for be then. Alrighty. Good job, guys. We broke it. What do you mean we broke it? I just tried it for the first time tonight. Oh, AO, I see what you're saying. You mean you want a game streamed? When you say streamed, I think of streaming. So I figured, like, why are you going to want to stream from the commode? That's probably not allowed. Oh, who knows, actually. That's a good price for that shot. Nice. What you and capitalism do behind closed doors is none of our business. Lux is correct about that. Hefty. Well, I could just do a PC part picker list, I suppose. If that's not down. But that means you won't be able to order it off of Micro Center, I guess. So what are we doing? Let me close some of these. Okay, let me ask you real quick, Longest Shoreman, what is your actual max budget for the system? Because the budget options cap out at 4,000 or more. What's the actual max budget for this? I gotta tell you, for gaming and streaming at 1440p, you're not gonna need $4,000 or more, unless we go with like jewel encrusted RAM or something. Wait, they do have that, and it's not that expensive. It's not jewels, though. It's fancy plastic, but whatever. What I want to know, chat, is it's not a Cyber Monday deal, but I really want it for when I travel. Should I get the DJI Osmo Pocket 3? Because, man, the stuff I have to carry around when I'm vlogging on travel stuff is like, it breaks my back because I don't have any. I mean, I do have a phone gimbal now that's pretty good. It's just, God, the Osmo Pocket 3 with the DJI mic is like a perfect package. I've been wanting that thing since Computex, and I just couldn't get it at the time. Well, that's what we're doing. I'm just asking. Okay. No, Longest Shoreman, why are you trying to take off like $1,500 to $1,000 off your budget? You literally selected $4,000 or more as your budget. What is that about? I'm not trying to shame you or anything here. I would just like it if people chose the correct budgets, because if we take a look here, you don't want to ignore the instructions and the questions, and they specifically state, what is your maximum budget for the PC in US dollars? And then you put this one when 2,500 or 3,500 were perfect options there. I'm just saying, what's your actual freaking budget? Now I've heard 3 numbers. You're killing me already. Yes, because it'll make your back happier and your life easier. It's just, it's not on the Cyber Monday sale. I just want it before CES. It's not on a Cyber Monday sale. What I've noticed is, like, I don't think like the quality that we get at events is awesome, but people don't watch event coverage that much. And I break my back to cover these things, man. It's crazy. And then I don't even get to release all of it because a lot of it doesn't get edited. Oh, okay. I wasn't asking. I'm just, okay. Now it's 5K. We're up to number 4 here. Okay. I'm just going to build you a PC. All right. No holds barred. I'll just build you a PC and we can make it really, really nice. Okay. And you wanted it in white. Oh, this is going to be gorgeous. Can't wait. All right. Next questions. Forget that other stuff. Just forget it. Because you're very confusing. Next questions are, how do you feel about RGB? Do you like a lot of RGB? What would you use a DJI for? I think it would be great for wide shots, but if you want to be more detailed in looking at things, I think a bigger camera would be better. It's for vlogging at events and some event coverage. I have an FX3, okay? I have a cinema camera. It is insanely good, but it is the rig that I have to carry around because I have shaky hands. It's pretty heavy. So what I could do is do vlog coverage of everything, and then the next day go with my lightweight setup, do B-roll coverage of everything, I mean, and go the next day to do like vlog style stuff, like where I'm holding the camera and talking and stuff like that, because the audio quality is awesome. The video, you've probably seen a million videos of events with that camera because a lot of content creators have moved over to it because it's just so, it's on a gimbal in a thing this size. It's I'll show you all it later. I'll show it to y'all later. Place on Jeff's credit cards. Jeff literally sent me two PCs, one to give away, one to keep. Like I'm not asking Jeff for anything else. Jeff would just be like, all right, sell the white one. There's your camera. Yeah, I love RGB purple. Oh, nice. Nice, nice. And you're gaming and streaming, so we can't. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Check this out. If it's available. Hold up a second. You'll see. Look at this case. Look at this thing. Where is that? So it's this chroma flare. Look at that. This is gorgeous. The other case I would recommend to you is not one that I recommend. The other case that I could recommend to you is not one that I recommend for streaming. And that is the Y70 Taro Milk case, which is a light purple case. But it's not great for streaming because you can't put in full-size PCIe cards in that case. Yeah, this has a chameleon paint job on it. Like it's beautiful. Jeff, since Bray won't ask, I will. Can we get the highest end specs that aren't in stock at a reasonable friends and family discount of, let's say, 2K? Let me know if that works for you, okay, Halo? Let me know if that works. Okay, Aiden, the instructions were to do a at Brayathorn. I'm on the list, but I did happen to read that by accident, so that's good. I do try to read as much chat as I can, so sure. Let me just mark you down. Oh, I'm sorry. This is for Aiden Blue, not Aiden Bloom. So I don't think that's you actually. Just giving you a hard time. Anyway, let's see if this case is even available. It might not be. Yo, it is available. All right, there's your case. All right. And you're doing gaming and streaming. All right. Are there not? Oh no, they ran out. They just blanked out everything. There's no 9800X 3Ds available. Oh well. 7800X 3D it is. It'll still do it. It'll still do the full job, but it's not available either. Oh my gosh. Everybody's out of stock of everything. Oh boy. What did you choose for your resolution? 1440p. All right. 7950X 3D. That's available for $654.99. That's about right. Yeah, that's about right. Memoryc.com. Y'all crazy. And this does go to show you. This is something I've said before. B&H, low-key, a great place to get computer hardware. Yeah, I know it's you. I was just, like I said, I was just giving you a hard time. Salt Girl, yes. Every system, every pre-built that I recommend to people comes with a full installation of Windows, fully activated, yes. Araxinus, what do you want me to do about it? EU core parking, this thing still games like a monster. It's fine. It's basically, when you turn on a game, a 7800X 3D for the most part. So yeah, what do you want? What do you want from me? I got nothing else I could do. 9800X 3D and 7800X 3D all sold out everywhere. B&H said great prices on hardware. It's kind of low-key secret. It's an if you know, you know kind of thing. Absolutely. I'm still trying this, guys. I'm still trying this. Nope. Ooh, the 8. Oh, this is... It's getting better every new motherboard they make in the white color. Look at this thing. Let me find better pictures because that picture sucks. The I/O on this one, not as good as the previous one. Still okay. It's not as good. It's the same thing with the freaking cooling. But they did add 2 USB 2.0s there, which is nice. But like, look at this thing, man. Look at it. Ah, even the 7-segment display. Even the 7-segment display is whited out on this thing. Plus you have that internal HDMI right there for any kind of internal display you might run, which is cool. You have the two PCI X4, PCIe X4, PCI X4. Both of these run through the chipset, which is nice because you're not going to bifurcate your X16 up here. Yeah, that's a good-looking motherboard. They started whiting out in these later gens, even all the plastics for all of these. It's really nice. This is like. Wait, is it out of? What do you mean out of stock? Is that out of stock? Did I? It's not out of stock. What do you mean? What's out of stock? Oh, okay. Well, not that one anyway. I didn't like the I/O anyway. I was just admiring the design. X870. about that? What the hell's going on with these? Stop buying all my motherboards. I'm getting mad. I'm getting mad here. Yeah, I guess people like white builds still. Okay. Well, look at that. All right. Look at that. Is this one available? Yes. And it's cheaper. And it's fine. It's great. Wonderful. Look at it. It's gorgeous. It'll work. Fine. Pete says X870 Steel Legend is super nice. Halo 2 Trigate. You mean our motherboards? No, my motherboards. Yeah, I knew that. I know there's new ASRock ones that look really nice too. That looks good. For white builds specifically is what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's it's a little spicy for in the pricey. Yeah, I said it. It's a little spicy in the pricey. That is available though. What the original price is $239. I can't recommend this for $401. No. I mean, it's good I/O, yes, but not as good as this one, even though it's a B650. Nah, I ain't recommending double the price. Get that out of here. There you go. Hefty says, should I upgrade to the 9950X 3D if it ever comes out? If you're doing more than just gaming and streaming, sure. If not, then no. It'll be a few weeks before I get everything, so I could wait for the... Sure. Okay. I mean, this is this is, you understand, the Cyber Monday stream, right? Like, we're trying to look for deals like that. If you're waiting a few weeks, then you might as well wait for the 9950X 3D to come out with a budget like that. That's going to be announced on January 7th, probably. What is the compatibility warning? It's for the BIOS on the motherboard. You want to see? Look. Oh, it doesn't include a stock CPU cooler. Never mind. It doesn't come with a cooler. Big deal. If we were going to get a cooler anyway. Hey, I want to say you're a great streamer. Keep up the hard work. Thank you. Yeah, Shorman, if you're gonna wait a few weeks, I would say wait for the 9950X 3D. See how that is when it comes out, or wait for the 9800X 3D to be back in stock, which it will be. But I guess I could finish the list. It's just a lot of the stuff I was looking at will be back in stock later. Let me see. So with that in mind, I would say this one is probably going to be your best bet for the motherboard. Still has very similar I/O to the other one. Just some extra quality of life features added in and a slightly nicer aesthetic. I'd go for this one here. B650E, a little bit more connectivity in there. I go for this guy. It says it's actually in stock. What the hell? Why didn't I see this before? Fine, whatever. Okay, we can finish the build. I don't know if the case is going to be in stock, so you might want to cop the case while you can. I have no idea. I feel like it was lucky that this one was available. I don't know. Where was it available? On Amazon. With a budget like that, I might as well just go with 64 gigs of RAM. Can't hurt anything, especially if you have a very complicated stream that you're eventually going to run there. There we go. Already bought the case as soon as you showed it to me? Okay. Respect. All right. Might as well go with the crazy drive too. Two terabytes T700. Wait, wasn't there another T700 with heatsink? It's cheaper with the heatsink. Why? But then you have to remove the heatsink. But it's $50 cheaper. Well, you'll have to remove the heatsink, but you'll save $50. I would say yes. But this thing is super fast. And yeah, it's like, let's see. Let me close some of these. Where are our numbers? What are the listed numbers for this? It's nothing? It's not going to have that for me? Sure. Okay, fine. Why not? Lux, I know. Someone else said that earlier before, but then it doesn't work for me. So I'll try it again. Let's have a look-see. Nope, not working. There you go. Now, here's the other thing. Shorman, here's the other thing is that this is, you'd easily be able to put a 4090 in here. But this is where you have to decide what's important to you. Do you want this thing now? I mean, you said you're going to wait a couple weeks anyway. Once you've waited a couple of weeks, you'll be like 3 or 4 weeks to the 5090 being launched. That's tough. That's a tough decision to make, to wait that long. So what you could do in the meantime, just get yourself like a 4060 or something for the meantime. Whatever. I wouldn't do like an AMD card because then you got to completely gut the drivers, get them out of there, and then put an NVIDIA card in there. But like a 4060 or 4070 Super even, just to get you by until the 5090 comes out. Save that money until then. Thank you, Hefty. Appreciate that. Nice to know that Stream Elements has Micro Center working. Put some Royal Bling Bling RAM for this, man. It will look great with the case. I don't know. I mean, maybe. This is going to look great with the motherboard, which is what I was thinking. But okay, cool. So we'll skip the GPU. I just want to make sure that you don't like buy a 4090 and then when a couple of weeks later the 5090 is announced to be launched a few weeks after that, you're not like, why didn't Braithorn tell me about it? I tell you so you can make the decision for yourself. But we will put a beefy AF power supply in here because we still don't know what the power behaviors are going to be like on the 5090. So we go all out on that. Now, if you're just sticking with 1440p, maybe go with a 5080 instead at that point. But we are going to go 1200 watts or higher just to make sure that you're not lacking in any way. Oh my God, Silverstone. 2050 watts for $1,537. Yeah, calm down. All right. Which one of these is going to have? It's ATX 3.0. Nah, no thank you. No thank you. I wonder how power supply sales are going over there at Gigabyte. I wonder if they're going well. A lot of people wrote them off after that whole thing. What if we put 2 here? Boy, that narrowed it down quite a bit, didn't it? This has dual 12 VH PWR connectors. Dual connectors. But I think the new... man, I hate to send any money NZXT's way right now. Their parts are still fine, though. But nah. Huh, 12V 2x6 versus 12VH PWR. That would be good. I just want to get you the best power possible. Okay, this Cooler Master one is 12V 2x6. Dual 12V 2x6. That might be what's needed. I don't know. And apparently it's black and purple. All right, so like, there you go. All right, Hefty, have a good one. Bray, your head on screen is life size for me. You're on a 75-inch. Okay, guys. What happens now? Chat, what happens now? Life-sized ain't good enough, is it? Hello there. Hi, Skeeter Gaming. What are you watching? You done goofed. What's up, DJ Stingy? How's it going? How much should I grease my Micro Center person to hold a 5090? DJ, how much grease you got? You gotta look. You gotta be ready. These are, you know, I gotta keep myself entertained here somehow. All right, I have to. Oh, dang it, I closed it. So that's a new V1. Do they make that one also in... do they make that in that purple color too? I don't think so. That's crazy looking airflow. How is it straight through if they're a fan? Oh, their bottom fan's facing up. All right. Maybe unique. This is basically the NZXT H6 flow, but all right, sure. Anyway, it doesn't come in purple, so, you know, that's fine, I guess. I just want to see the fan layouts that are possible with the C1. Oh, nice. It comes with 3 140s in the front and 1 120 in the back. Supports dual radiators up to 360. Okay, so we can do a 360 millimeter AIO. All right. Do they make their own AIO, or is this just some AI BS? I do like their CPU cooler too. It looks really clean. It's such a good looking case, man. That's not even cool. It's not even fair. All right. Yeah, top 360. Okay. So what I'm thinking is, because you chose a white build, I'm going with a white and purple build. That's what I'm looking at here. Just to sort of bring it all together. Random, but is there a good comparison of SI warranty services online somewhere? Asked Daring to Fly. Oh, okay. You'll ask on Discord. I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be, if you want to see something like that, I would watch the Linus Tech Tips Secret Shopper video when they did the tech support episode, and you'll get a very good comparison. But also on the Discord, you can get a good idea by looking through the SI testimonials, because there are experiences people have had that they've shared in there, and I highly encourage all of you to do that if it's an option for you. What fans does that one come with? Does it come with black fans? It comes with black fans in the black case, but what about the purple case? It doesn't show us what the fan frames look like. Yeah, it comes with black fans in the purple case and black trim on it. So my question to you is this, Longshoreman. Do you want to switch the internal components to black components to match the case a little better? Because it's only this side that has the purple on it. The rest of it has black to it. Like the interior is in black. So it might look a little weird with white components in there. What do you think about that? I never worked for HP. You're thinking about Jeff. Jeff mentioned working for HP a long time ago. It's not me. I did IT. Never worked for HP. Yeah, I see what you mean. That would be fine. I can put all the RGB on purple and this thing would look sick. Okay. All right. Means changing up a couple things, but that's fine. Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 would be a good AIO for this. It should match up nicely. We'll change the motherboard. Hold on a second. Was that? No, I think it was Intel. I think it was Intel. Yeah. It won't match. The live mixer board for AMD is orange, not purple. It's the Intel one that is purple, unfortunately. I would say perhaps actually in this case, maybe Asus would be the right option to go with. And because the -F is usually awesome for IO, unfortunately it looks like they're not awesome for PCIe slots. Why'd you do that? No idea. Maybe the -E. Still not awesome for PCIe slots. Oh, they moved that one down. I hate that. Not bad, Asus. 9 Type A's, all fast. 3 Type C's, 2.5 gig, Wi-Fi 7. But what bothers me is this. Now, they probably have a lot of storage options here, like a lot. Also, that cooler might not work with this because that CPU block is big. It looks like there's a lot of storage options here, but they got rid of the PCIe slot that should be right there or right here. So let's take a look at what those specs say they have. Storage 4 M.2. Oh. Wow. So 2 of the M.2 sockets are shared. M.2 underscore 2 shares with the main one, and it puts it at X8. And the third one will just shut down the last PCIe slot. No. No. We'll go MSI. God damn MSI. All right. That's a crazy looking IO panel. Are you kidding me? Plus 2.5 gig and 5 gig Ethernet, Wi-Fi 7. Damn, that's 4 Type C's right there. This looks insane. But we got to look more. We got to look into this a little more. Gigabyte might actually be it though. They might. But we're going to take a look at this guy. It's just a crazy looking IO panel. It's crazy looking. I'm worried that this is to CPU and shared, but maybe not. Let's look at specifications. 4M.2. So the second one, M.2.2, is one that's shared. And if you use that, it may bifurcate one of your PCIe slots. But other than that, the other 2 are from chipset and 1 goes to CPU. Okay, so just don't use that one. And PCIe slots, 3 of them. Okay, so 2 of them are from the CPU. Hold on. With this being from the CPU at only 4 lanes, it's probably not going to bifurcate this one. That's fine. That's good. It would have an asterisk next to it if it did. It's a great looking motherboard, that's for damn sure. But man, look at that. They couldn't get a higher resolution picture for this for their own site? That's crazy. Bray, NZXT keeps digging the hole deeper. I saw their tweet earlier and I was like, yeah. What about X870 Riptide? I haven't really looked at it. I can look at that. Double check that bifurcation again. Okay. Why? Okay, these are both from CPU. But this one just states it does X16, not X16 or X8. And this one states it does up to X4. Now it says that PCIe 1 and PCIe 2 and M.2 share the bandwidth. And PCIe version support varies depending on the CPU, but that's if you're using an 8000 series CPU. It changes things. Wait, hold on. Supports PCIe, it's right here. Just showing from CPU, okay. 5.0, X16, X0, or X8, X4. Freaking why? All right, listen. It's this one. This one just doesn't do any of that crap, okay? And it's way cheaper. From chipset. Now, this one only does, these 2 only do X1, but for something like an add-in PCIe card for USB, X1 is fine. And then the X4 at the very bottom is for your internal capture card. This motherboard just continues to be perfect. And look. Huh? Fewer Type C. I understand that. But most streaming devices that you get are going to be Type A. It's partially AMD's fault. That's fair. Off to watch Skeleton Crew and play some Dragon Age. Have fun. You got it, Jeff. Thanks for hanging out. Is there a discount code for Build Redux? Yes, Chad Bell. Save 100% by not buying from Build Redux. Because they lost the plot completely. They were okay, and they were supposed to make changes to make them good. They never made the changes, and then they got rid of all customization. Now they unequivocally suck. Ignore Build Redux. Stay far, far away. It's no wonder they stopped talking to me. They knew they were doing things that I was going to hate. This motherboard pisses me off at how good it is. This is why I chose it for the $2,000 system. It's perfect. Literally perfect. And it looks good in both black or white systems. Like, how are you going to do better? I get it. I get why MSI is making motherboards that aren't as good. How are they going to top this? Chad, no problem. Yeah, Build Redux, they're in a downward spiral right now, probably because of the parent company, Digital Storm, making changes after they got a terrible review from Jay's 2 cents. That would make any company panic, I guess. Anyway, this is your motherboard. I'm sorry, it's perfect. It's just too good for many use cases. The power delivery is great. VRM cooling is great. 4 M.2 sockets, and none of them will bifurcate your... actually, let me double check that before I make that claim. Let's double check that. I just want to be sure about bifurcation. Specifications, storage. Look at how there's 0 asterisks here. Look at how there are none of them. Make this again, but with 2 X4 off the chipset and Thunderbolt, so basically update to X870 each chipset. Yeah. Daring to Fly, unfortunately, you can't post links in chat. Tried to get in on the 1999 system, but that was too late, so on the hunt now. Chad, Jeff left, so, I mean, he might have left anyway. It might come back later in the month. I don't think you get it before Christmas, but it might come back later in the month at a slightly higher price, like slightly, because they put in some extra discounts to make it Black Friday sale. But it might come back with all the similar specs, same specs. Daring to Fly, it's just nice to know that you too have an appreciation for avoiding bifurcating the X16 PCIe slot. Because it just bothers the hell out of me. I don't like it. Okay. We'll change to some black memory. Or we can go with some chromed out memory. But that's at a higher speed. I'd like to stick to 10 nanosecond first word latency if possible. So 6000 CL30 is just a safe way to go with 7000 series, 9000 series Ryzen. It's a safe way to go. We'll see if that kit pops up if I do that. We'll flip the price and see. Oh, I gotta put this. Trident Z Neo is fine. This is a great kit. It has, because it says Neo, that means it has Expo profile, so that's good. And the price is great. And Trident Z5 Neo looks really good too. So there you go. I love Kingston RAM. Kingston memory is super good, super stable. I've had great experiences with it. But they dropped the ball on one thing. Not putting something in the product name that specifies whether it has Expo or XMP. Although an Expo kit usually can do XMP too, but still. Literally, if MSI had made the X870 Tomahawk this with an X870E chipset, it would have won the motherboard war. Absolutely. And the funny thing, AJ, is like, I know you do this stuff for a living. And when I talked to Kelsey about it over at Skytech, who is, you see Kelsey and all the content and stuff, is part of the R&D over there, I think heads up the R&D department over there at Skytech. Kelsey, when I brought up this motherboard, because I was just chatting about the build that we were doing, eyes just lit up. Just like, oh yeah, I love that board. It got perfect marks from me. I'm like, yes! Got to remove this. Don't need that. I've been on this build for a long time. I actually need to check this power supply, see if it's the one thing I wanted out of it was that it has dual 12V2x6, but we got to check it now on the PSU Cultist tier list. And tier A high end, and it is marked in blue. Hold on, it might be in a V Gold V2. Is that what this is? The Platinum V2. Might be speculative. Where's V Platinum V2? It's not on the list yet. Well, if the gold is on there, marked in gold, it's probably really good. They're just getting top marks on a lot of their power supplies, but we need to keep looking. This is in tier B mid-range. That's SFX. I feel pretty safe with it. But it bothers me that it's not on the list yet. They do have one that's tier F avoid. But V Platinum, the 2019 version, is on the tier A high end. So the V2 should be up there too once they get it rated. It's not even in the speculative position, but with it being 12V2x6, I imagine it is just so new there aren't any reviews on it yet. But Cooler Master is consistently high quality with their power supplies. And it has exactly what I'm looking for with you potentially getting a 5090. Because if you get, look, you've got NVIDIA themselves saying that it's going to be 600 watts. That's before it ever gets to the AIBs, the add-in board partners. And I have heard tell that we may be seeing stuff like 12V2x6 plus 8-pin PCIe to go over 600 watts. From someone who I trust in the NVIDIA space. So we want to make sure this thing is powerful AF, and that's what this thing is. Okay, I'll stick with that. What about cybernetics? I haven't actually looked at the cybernetics list. I don't have it on my short list of things to look at. I just go by the PSU Cultist tier list. I could look this up. Any ratings on here? Cybernetics Platinum, baby. Sometimes you just got to trust your instincts. No problem, Aiden. Thanks for the heads up. Not in a hurry, so I'll keep checking back on it. All right. Stick with it. Keep, just, I'll mention it on the channel if there's something like that happens. It's too good of a system, I think, that our King 95 system, the Braithorn King 95 system, is too good to just let it deprecate. It's such a good system. Yeah, the V2 is literally 2x6 connector. Yeah. But thank you for suggesting I look for cybernetics certification, because yes, that's very good. Okay. I'm going to change the cooler. Just because, well, no, it might be fine with this one. On the X670E, the problem with the CPU block on the Liquid Freezer 3 is that it overhangs over the primary M.2 slot. And the Asus motherboard I was looking at had a big, beefy one. Not a problem here. Oh, but one thing I need to make sure of real quick on the storage. Yes, PCIe 5.0, because I gave you a PCIe 5.0 storage drive. So yes, it does support that in this top slot here. The only thing we don't have on here is a video card. which you said you were going to look at a used 4070 Super. I wish there was an AIO from APNX. Let's check it real quick. APNX. Just the air cooler. What a sick looking air cooler though, right? It's just too bad. It's first off, it's only 4 pipes. Like, they were really not shooting for the stars on the cooling capacity here. But also, these guys need to make an AIO. Am I right? They need to make one. Let's see if they make fans. They have fans here. Case fans. APNX. They do have case fans, just in case you want more of them. There you go. What's FP2 about? But yeah, if you want more case fans, they're only $5.99 each, and they look really sick. I guess the FP2 is higher RPM. That's what that is. And has a little more RGB. Honestly, Montech Hyperflow looks good, kind of like the one from the render. It is a nice one. I do like the Montech Hyperflow. The cooling capacity of the Liquid Freezer 3 is really nice, though. And it looks like there's enough vertical space for the thickness of the radiator, if you look at that right there. Because there's a pretty thick rad on there. Yeah, like, look at this. There's that much space between here and like the EPS CPU power connector there. So yeah, there's plenty of space for that. Okay, I'd say this is a full build right here. This is a completed build. If you're just going to get a placeholder graphics card, yeah, you're fine. And we're at 1837 without that 5080 or 5090. So this is going to come in because, AJ, you let me know what you think. I'm thinking $2,000 for the 5090. What are y'all thinking? $2,000? Probably. Jensen's going to be like, yeah, we'll make it 1800. And then right before he goes on stage, he's going to be like, yeah, let's make it 2000. Kind of like he did with the 3080 Ti. So this is going to come in at under 4K for this whole build. And it's going to look sick and completely unique. And yeah. Electrothermal, you think 2500? I don't think so. I don't think it's going to go that high. I would hate to be wrong in this case. If I am, I'll be like, I was wrong, but I can't see them going that high. Maybe if there's a 5090 Ti at some point, but I can't see that happening. I wish they would drop the 90 cards and switch back to Titans. Well, AJ, that's what the 90 cards are. They're Titans. They're Titan cards. They're Titan priced. Well, I mean, what? There was a Titan card that was like $2,500. Man, I think I willfully blocked that memory. But okay, let's save this build. Sorry that took so long. My bad. Now, if anything, you can take this list with you to Micro Center and get these parts if you want to. But, you know. And if you do wait and the 9800X3D comes back in stock, grab that. It's a great gaming and streaming CPU. And that will be cheaper. That will be like $170 cheaper than the 7950X3D is at retail here. So, yeah, do that. All right. All right, Aiden Bloom, it's going to be your turn now. Another parts list. Oh, for Micro Center. I can't really do Micro Center right now, as far as I know. I can try it again. Nope, it's still not working. As soon as I try to change the location, it's not working. No, the Titan RTX was a hybrid professional card, and yes, it was 2500. It was better than any X90 card would have been, but did awesome with professional workloads as well, but lacked official certification like Quadro. Well, see, that's my thing. It's like Quadro was not Titan. Titan was not Quadro. But yeah, and when you got 24 gigs of VRAM, it's like that's the Titan. That's the Titan card. Now, we're looking at potentially having, what, 32 gigs of VRAM? That's bananas. That's probably my new all-time favorite case. Haha, let's go. I want SIs to pick up that case. I haven't really seen any. It's gorgeous, and it got reviewed pretty well too. It's a gorgeous case. AJ, tell Stints, please. I'll tell him, but still. And I have a contact with them if y'all need that. It's surely beautiful, even the black. I found the link that was busted in YouTube vid descriptions. We'll post on Discord. Okay to tag you? Sure. Yeah. The one downside is I haven't been putting the YouTube timestamps on there like I was for like the first few months because I had awesome help for that. Yeah, I hadn't been doing that for a while. Had a hiatus around and after Computex, and we sort of fell off that habit. Yeah, I want 48 to 64 gigs of VRAM on a Titan, full fat, 1 or 2 or 100 die, and the power efficiency. Best of luck, AJ. I don't think Jensen cares enough about the consumer market for that to ever happen, because that kind of silicon's going into a $40,000 rack mounted thing. I have iBuyPower Slate 6 mesh and need 32 gigs of RAM and looking for parts to make it gaming and streaming ready. Okay. Well, there are several Slate 6 mesh systems. Did you get it from iBuyPower directly or from Best Buy? Where'd you get it from? Yeah, we have contact too, waiting on sample AP and X stuff. Awesome. Oh, of course you do. You talk to Mike. You know Mike. Yeah, of course you do. And Kingston finally gave us Jake back. That's good news right there. Jake is the best. Jake is like a force of nature when you meet him, when you talk to him in person. He's all over the place. It's crazy. Yeah, my question for you, Aiden, was did you get it from iBuyPower or from another retailer? I need to see the actual model to see if I can figure out what it's got on it. Because saying that it's the Slate 6 mesh, all that tells me of what case it's in. I got it from Walmart. It was a deal where they had Assassin's Creed bundle. I can be more specific. Of course, any specificity you can add in is always welcome. From Walmart. Okay. I don't really want to go to the Walmart website on the stream screen because it'll probably try to dox me. Also, tell me what you paid for it. Let me know what you paid for it, because that'll help me determine which one it is. Gabriel, 32 gigs of RAM is fine for streaming in most cases. If you start getting to where you're like doing a lot of stuff while streaming, go 64 gigs. It won't hurt anything other than your wallet, but 32 is fine until it isn't, which might never happen. Getting a framework, my wife a framework laptop, and they sent me RAM for it. May even see if we can sell them for businesses. That would be awesome. I talked to Framework very briefly at LTX, but never worked anything out with them because I'm not a laptop reviewer. But it's like, if I was going to recommend a laptop, it would be a Framework one, especially the one with the swappable, the hot swappable, not, I don't know if it's hot swappable, the swappable GPU is awesome. $3060? Okay. When did you get that one? I don't know if that's one that that's available right. Oh, 13600KF. I think this is it right here. Yeah, it's trying to dox me bad. Thanks. Now that says 4060 on this one for $999. That's not a terrible deal, really. But 16 gigs DDR5. Is that a single stick? I mean, if you're getting RAM, you get a pair of sticks of RAM. You get a whole kit for it. But it is DDR5, so that's something. Could have been DDR4. They say liquid cooled. I wonder. I have to wonder if it's a 120. Oh no, it's looks like a 240. It's a single stick of RAM. Damn it, iBuyPower. Come on, man. We just need to get you a kit of DDR5. All right. Originally $699. Okay, okay. To be honest, if you're not on the move all the time, Framework 13 is probably the better option. 16 is nice when people start making add-ons for the slot. They already have started doing stuff, yes. Like things that you can 3D print and put in there that, like, yes, I've seen some things. Okay. So you basically want to make this thing able to stream. I couldn't see enough in the pictures to see if it's a full ATX motherboard. So there's that to consider. But what's the budget for the upgrade? Because this just says less than 1,000. Back later. Feel free to DM me if you need assistance. You got it, AJ. Thank you. I probably should have done that to begin with, but the more recent person to have DM'd me was Stens. So I just like, Stens, hey, hi. But yeah, I appreciate you coming on the stream and hanging out. Thanks, bud. Are you streaming tomorrow? I don't think so. I need a break. I need a break again. And I have a lot of work to do. So this is tomorrow's stream, tonight. Tonight is tomorrow's stream. Then I'm back on Thursday like normal. 1K for upgrades. Okay, well, we're working on Aiden's right now. And then we're probably going to be done soon because I did start early. Okay, back here. Texas Haas, hi Braythorn, I dig your microphone. Can you tell me what model it is? Yes, this is the Shure Super 55. It is a dynamic supercardioid microphone for broadcast. Classic. And it's actually, if I'm not mistaken, cheaper than the SM7B. It doesn't have as good of a pop filter though. So plosives can sometimes be quite pronounced if you're not careful and you pronounce them directly into the microphone. So I'm usually here to the side like this, and then it doesn't seem to be a problem. Okay, so okay, no, this is a 3600 KF. So you need the G-Skill Ripjaws, but we want to go DDR5. So what's going to happen is this, Aiden. What you're going to do is you're not going to keep the RAM that's in there. You have to remove that memory and then put in a matching kit that's going to give you 32 gigs. DDR5, 2x16. Go with the good old reliable DDR5 6000 CL30 is just a good solid option. Don't need the Neo. Do you want it to be RGB? Are you trying to bedazzle it up a little bit? No problem, Texas Haas. You're good. I would agree with that assessment. Absolutely. All right, have a good one, Rutu. Who's watching Dragon Ball, Daima, and Dune Max series? I need to watch Daima. The anime that I'm watching right now is Dandadan, and I'm really enjoying it. It's wacky, but it's great. But I do love Dragon Ball, so I need to catch up with Daima. Well, I'll go ahead and do... let's say some Kingston Fury Beast, probably. There we go. Well, let's see here. Let's go by price. See who comes in more competitive. That I would wholeheartedly recommend. Don't need the Neo. Don't need Expo. Oh, that's right. There's a new M5. Let's see. Is this not going to tell me what profile it has for OC? Well, it's Ripjaws. It's Ripjaws. So that means it is XMP. Right, G-Skill? You didn't mess with that, did you? Okay. Now, what else do we want to upgrade in there? I don't know what power supply it had. It looks like it had... it doesn't say... it doesn't list the power supply wattage. No wattage listed. Walmart, why are you like this, man? This is why I don't show your... this is why... I'll check out... it's... Dan-da-dan. Not dun-da-dun. You would never find it with that. Dan-da-dan. I leave it up to you. I don't know a crazy amount when it comes to tech. Okay. Done that. I've been hearing people say it's good. Do you recommend it? I do. I really do. So you have a terabyte of storage. You could upgrade your storage to have more. That's going to be up to you. I'm not sure what else you really like. This is what you need to upgrade if you want to have a solid, stable stream. You need to have a good amount of RAM for gaming and streaming. You have a 3060. It could be time to upgrade that to something like I mean, heck, with a budget of $1,000, you could put a 4070 Super in there. The problem is I don't know the wattage of your power supply. Do you know what that is? Do you know the wattage of your power supply? Oh, thank you, Aiden. I appreciate the $2 super chat. Thank you. It's your first super on a live stream. Thank you very much. I'm honored. Just know it's not necessary, though. I don't do this for... Well, not like I say I don't do it for money at all, but I mean... I don't expect payment for it, is what I mean. But thank you. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and throw a GPU upgrade in there, but I just don't know what your power supply is. I doubt it's over 9,000 because that's, you know, like, yeah. It's a good one, though. I mean, I guess anyone who gets a 9800 X3D, the model number is over 9,000 on that. Yo, Igor's here. Igor, 1983. We're coming and gifting 2 tier 1 subs to the community. Let's go, nerds. That's a tier 1 sub for Craigum and one for Jolker Says. Welcome to the swarm. Thanks, bud. Aiden, any clue as to what the wattage is on your power supply, please let me know. I mean, you would have to take off the side panel, potentially. Or look on the box. It might be listed on the box or the sheet that comes within it that describes the PC. Hopefully Walmart has that stuff in there, or iBuyPower put that stuff in there. But do you have that info? Mac, that's going to be a Twitch thing. You can subscribe over on Twitch. On YouTube, it would be like the membership that's there. Aiden Bloom, I think between 600 to 750 watts. That's a pretty big swing there. Okay. If it's to the point where if it's 750 watts, you can put a 4070 Super in there, but if it's 600 watts, that's pushing it. In fact, I think 700 watts or higher. No, actually, no. It's 650 watts for a 4070 Super, but it's recommended to go 700 watts or higher, just to be safe. Yeah, 650 watts is what's recommended. So if that's what you have, you're fine. 13600 KF and a 3060, correct? Yeah, but I'm talking about a 4070 Super upgrade, potentially. How you doing, Igor? How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Mac, it is not under the listing under full specifications. The power supply is not listed there at all. On Walmart's website, it says 750. I looked under both specifications. Maybe it's because I have the site like really collapsed. That could be the case. Let me bring it up some. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. View all specifications does not show it. And if I scroll down and I open up, hit more details under specifications, It doesn't list it in specifications. It's not there. Now, if it's just in the worded description, I looked under specs, which I would normally do. I don't see it anywhere. But if you guys say it's 750 watts, then okay. I'll take that info. It's fine. Loved your 11-hour stream. Yep. It was someone commented that was a long 11 hours, and I was like, yep, it was about 11 hours long. Poor Metroid friend had to deal with our harassments. I hope he didn't harass them. Okay, hey, Death of Nightshade, I believe it. If you say it's there, it's there. And if it's 750 watts, that's great. That's good. So I would say a 4070 Super would be a massive upgrade, but not required for streaming. Oh no, you still have a great encoder on the 3060. It's just this is going to up your gameplay, especially if you want to eventually go to a 1440p monitor, that kind of thing. Let's see, go by price here. Ventus 2 SoC, Asus Prime. Interesting. And it's a triple fan card. All right, yeah. When do they start making Prime GPUs? I'm down with that. Okay. And just to give you more storage on here, let me just add a good solid 2 terabyte drive onto this. For $129, Inland Performance Plus 2 terabyte, done. That's for doing things like locally recording your footage if you want to do that. With 32 gigs of fast RAM, with a 13600KF, which is a 14-core CPU, and an upgraded GPU, you're going to be able to do plenty with this. With that 2 terabyte drive, it's a very fast drive, very reliable. You can locally record your footage as you're streaming if you want to do stuff like that. It's just a great option to have that extra storage, and it's $129 for that. $589 is a pretty big upgrade for that GPU. From a 3060 to here, I can show you visually what that looks like. Okay, like say we're looking at 1440p, not 1080p. Okay. Let's say 1440p, which is where it'll make more of a difference. Okay. Currently, you're right here. Okay, let's zoom back out. You're right here. The 4070 Super is up here, where things kind of bunch up a little bit amongst the higher GPUs. So from there, averaging 55 or so FPS in 1440p Ultra, you're going up to averaging about 110 FPS in 1440p Ultra. Now, if you do 1080p Ultra, the difference shrinks a bit. Okay, 3060 here, 40. Well, actually, no, it's about the same. Damn, 3060, 4070 Super. Look at that. There you go. Still a huge difference. Pretty much doubling your FPS almost. We stand here at the genesis of Prime cards. Says Texas Haas. I was swamped at work, but caught the VOD. Oh man, that's awesome. That's a long VOD to sit through. I hope you did that at 2x speed. Okay, so this is a 3-part upgrade right here. And this, you should have a 750 watt power supply, so you shouldn't need to upgrade that. One thing you will have to do is you'll have to use the 12VH PWR adapter that comes with the graphics card and plug that in. So, all right, there we go. Is it worth waiting for 50 series? And is it worth getting the new Intel CPU for better upgrade path? Upgrade path is still probably going to favor AMD. They support their sockets for like years and years and years, whereas Intel supports it for 2 or 3 CPU generations, usually 2 CPU generations. If you're the CPU you should get depends on the use case for your PC. So if you're wanting that, then you can go into the description of the stream, click that link, fill out the form for the next stream I do on Thursday, because I am ending it after this one. I thought a 4070 Ti outperforms 7900 XT a little. Well, you have to remember the way that this is designed to go here. Okay, this is with no DLSS, no ray tracing, none of that. Two things that would make this perform better than the 7900 XT. Yes, this is fully rasterized performance and an average across many different types of games. What's up, Silent Shot 250? How's it going? Welcome. But Dodger Dog, yeah, this is like raw hardware performance, basically. No problem, Aiden. You got it. Let me go ahead and give you this parts list, though. No, that's not what I wanted to do. No! Did I lose it? I lost it. Give me a second. I remember what I got. I meant to save it, not start a new one. G-Skill. 2x16. This just takes a second. One moment. It's usually the yapping that takes a long time, not the clicking. G-Skill, Trident Z5, 32 gigs, DDR5 6000, CL30. There you go. Add. Storage. Bam, bam, bam. See what I'm saying? All right, video card. 4070 Super. Price. Done. Save. Now, but this way you have links to actually buy it. Like, if you look at this list, you can just click buy and it'll take you to the site with the lowest price. Is streaming better with NVIDIA or AMD GPUs? D-Stingy, it's not as clear-cut as it used to be. AMD GPUs, particularly 7000 series Radeon GPUs, have gotten quite a bit better for streaming. And even in the latest OBS updates, not the latest one, but the one before that, they added a one-click setup for AMD Radeon GPUs that work for both 6000 and 7000 series. However, for NVIDIA, they have utilities that AMD can't really match in NVIDIA Broadcast. Plus, they do still have the slightly better encoding and stuff. It's just not as stark as it used to be for AMD. It's a lot better than it used to be. But if you're straight up streaming, you still can kind of go NVIDIA. But if you want to, if you know I want an all AMD system, you're not sacrificing streaming performance in any major way at all. Sorry, it wasn't just a yes or no kind of answer or this or that kind of answer. All right, so for anyone who is waiting for help, this is the list that you get on when you fill out the form that is linked in the description on YouTube, or that's popping up from Stream Elements in Twitch. That says, want help getting the right PC for your budget and needs? Click the thing or whatever. That gets you on this list to get help. And I do these streams normally Tuesdays and Thursdays. I just wanted to do this on Monday night instead of tomorrow. So I'm skipping tomorrow's stream. That was tonight. And I'll be back Thursday, 8 p.m. Central to do another one of these. And we'll be helping you guys out. And it's going to be great and fun and awesome. That magnetic air card is awesome. Are you talking about the one with the removable fans? It's pretty sick. Do you have like a code for creators? Not when you're just buying parts like that, no. But that's, my dear chat, whoa, is probably it for tonight. Just don't try to trace raise whatever that means. I came here to ask a question. I'm stuck between Asus TUF 4070 Ti Super or a Mercury Magnetic Air 7900 XTX. Well, are you just gaming? Do you care about ray tracing? If you're just gaming and you don't care about ray tracing, 7900 XTX. If you do care about ray tracing and you want to do a lot of games that use that, 4070 Ti Super. There you go. Do you build PCs every day, or what type of work do you do off stream? My YouTube channel. Yeah, I'm a full-time content creator. Anton, thank you. I hope you're doing well. And guys, if you enjoyed the YouTube stream, drop a like on it, would you? You can do. You don't have to do that. I mean, you can totally do that if you want to, but you don't have to do that. Please do that. It's free. And if you're watching on Twitch and you want more like this, we got an ad break. So sucks to be you, I guess. No. Okay. That was great timing. You have a second channel? No. I have a Twitch channel where I stream, but I also stream these on YouTube. No, I don't have a second channel. Brad, I've been looking at RG Strix card, wondering why they're so much more expensive. Because ASUS. ASUS tax. Oh, I'm ending early enough for... Okay, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. Okay, guys, for those watching on YouTube, if you want to do the fun thing that we do at the end of the streams, please click the link in the description to join the Twitch stream so that we can raid my friend Emmett, who is just an awesome Super Metroid player. And he's doing map rando races right now, which is awesome. This is just one of my favorite people on Twitch. So please click the link in the description, YouTube watchers, to go over to the Twitch channel and raid with me. Drop some fun emotes like the ones you see right here where it says Bray Raid. Whoa, it won't have the Santa hats. That's just a thing that Stream Elements is putting on the screen. But the Tough and Prime cards don't have that tax. It's anything ROG Strix is always more expensive, Dodger Dog, every time. But there you go, guys. That's what we do at the end of these. It's one of my favorite things because you guys are awesome. And I want to introduce you to awesome streamers while also introducing awesome streamers to you. You don't have to stick around, but maybe drop a nice, say something nice to them and drop a couple emotes just to make the raid extra hype. And that's always fun. So if y'all want to do that, that's cool. If you don't want to do that, I don't know what I did wrong. All right, guys. I'll be back on Thursday, and there should be some content coming out pretty soon. It's just, I'm editing all this stuff now, so just keep an eye out. And thank you so much for choosing to spend your evening with little old me. Actually, I'm not that little. I am old, though. Okay, guys. Thank you so much. I'll catch you in the next one. And until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!